the third day of hearing in relation to this matter, and parties are reconvening with the appellants, represented by Ruth Crawford KC and SEPA represented by Josephine Armstrong, with respective instructing parties and witnesses. The procedure and process this morning is going to be broadly the same in terms of the webcasting, maybe with some slight differences with improved facilities available today. And I just start by indicating, as people can see on the desks in front of them, that the same indications I gave before in relation to consent for data protection and GDPR purposes will apply today. I say that for the benefit of two witnesses who are here today who weren't here before. So the hearing this morning will continue, and in terms of the process and timings, I'm intending to carry on in the same broad basis as before. Take a short break around 11:30, and if I don't stop at that point, you can prompt me to make me do so. I feel a little bit sort of far away from you just now compared to last time, but hopefully that won't be too much of a drawback there. And I see in front of me, I do have some questions about locations. There's quite a useful plan of locations which I think is provided by SEPA, and we'll talk about that. I will also refer, similarly for the benefit of the appellants, I've also printed off a plan, which this is a plan that appears, I think, in all the river flood reports that have been submitted, and I think it's an identical plan to each of them, showing the locations of the sampling points that were taken there. I have one or two questions on that will come to in due course. So by way of just preliminary issues, I think we have Rachel Mackay-Austin, who's a witness for the appellants, Kate Arnold, a witness for SEPA. I think Kate sat in on the second day of the hearing last time round, so I had a little bit of an opportunity to see the sort of the lie of the land, and I know that Rachel didn't. Simply in order to be clear from my point of view, because it might end up saving a little bit of time, and I'm not saying you should have done, but I don't know if you can see whether you've had a chance to look at the webcasting from relevant parts over the first couple of days. If you have, that will maybe save a bit of time, but if you haven't, I'll be conscious of the fact that we may have to just sort of take time out to make sure that you're not being treated unfairly, effectively, if you've not had an opportunity. So I don't know if you have had that.
I've not had the opportunity.
That's fine. So just being aware of that's the key thing. As I've said in correspondence to parties, in the course of the last week, I was keen to keep most, if not all, the scientific evidence to today, but we did talk a little bit about some of the information about chemical data, and there were some legal issues arose in relation to some of the evidence there. So it's just useful to know, and if you do feel in any way that you're not really following what's happened, because something might have been said last time that isn't obvious to you today, you just say. So we'll try and make sure that that can be accommodated. Other issues from my perspective on preliminary issues, and I'll come to parties and see if they have any. I saw an email yesterday that there's no additional joint modified facts, and that's fine from that point of view. I've received confirmation in relation to the site-specific documents that Rebecca had given on 27th February, identifying various page reference numbers. So I'm grateful for that as well. And I'll just say it because it's fresh on mind just now. The page numbers there, I don't know how you describe these things. It's the electronic page numbers, not the document page numbers. So when we go through these things, on the screen page numbers, not the actual page numbers of the document. So just so we can find our way around those as quickly as we can. And as I say, I'm keen today that the items on the agenda as drafted by me are not limited to ecology, partly because I've got some questions arising from last time round, just to reiterate things from my perspective, and sometimes because there is a crossover between those two issues. Some of my questions will be recaps of what I've said before, but I know that quite a number of the issues that arose on days 1 and 2 are going to be covered in closing submissions. So again, I don't necessarily want that repeated where things are going to be covered by submissions. The only other point that was on my mind when I was thinking about the agenda that I prepared for today, there was one thing I think that we explored to a degree last time round, but I don't know whether I got a kind of final view from parties on, is if the appeal were refused and Table 13 is to apply, the question is how do we address the date at which it's to be applied from? Because I'm conscious that the appellants were given 2 years effectively at the time the variation took place, but we're now approaching 1 year into that just now. So in the event that they do have to carry out those works, and I think we did talk about my ability to modify a date, and I think I can probably modify the date by which Table 13 is to apply, if it's to apply. The question is, what do parties, I'm looking mainly to FCC for this, what do parties think would be the case, without prejudice to the generality of other arguments, what would they want to say about the things they have to do in order to comply, and is it feasible to apply in that period? So I want to add that at the end, but and don't let us go away from today without doing that. So that's kind of what I really had by way of preliminary comments. I'll maybe start with the appellants. Is there anything that they have before we get started in substantive this morning?
No, thank you. Nothing substantive. In relation to your last point, sir, it would also be the intention of the appellants to make submissions in their closing submissions on that latter.
On that very point, okay, that's
but no doubt, it may be of some assistance to hear from Mr. Martin about practical steps which would be required.
I think it would be quite helpful. I'm just conscious that it is primarily a point for FCC, but it's relevant to decision making. And I was conscious it would be useful to get a little bit of an indication, because otherwise people will have put those points in closing submissions and there will not be an opportunity to cross comment.
So it was certainly with your leave, sir, yeah. It certainly was the intention to hear from Mr. Martin a bit about that. And I'll leave it to you when it would be appropriate.
Yes, we'll do that right at the end there. And just for Mr. Martin's benefit, I think, if memory serves correctly, there was at least some reference to the potential for planning permission being needed for some of the work, and that's one of the factors that's in my mind that may play into
that.
There are,
broadly speaking, two regulatory hurdles which would have to be overcome. One, of course, would be varying the licence,
yes,
to meet various things, and secondly, the planning issue. But Mr.
Right,
Martin,
okay, that's
will be
helpful.
able to.
Okay, well,
the other matter which I think arose in correspondence between those instructing myself in your office was the question of the various tables, you may recall.
Oh yes, yeah.
If I'm not sure if you now understand the tables which were produced both by the appellant and the summary by SEPA. But Ms O'Kane, if it assists, can talk you through those.
That might be useful, yes. The outstanding question, I'll give notice of what I was going to ask about. There was two things, and I was going to ask Rachel some of these ones as well, if she feels qualified to talk about this. What I'd like to hear a little bit more about is on the record, both on ecology and the chemical data, whether there are trends that are developing.
I don't know if...
we can answer that question. So that's one of the issues that's in mind. But the second is, I found it quite difficult to read across from some of the documents that show the readings as exceedances of what's required, and the documents that show simple levels of findings. And I found that's my one outstanding question, is trying to understand. It does look like it's comparing apples and pears. And if somebody could explain to me, when I look at these figures, which is SEPA, this is SEPA document 23, and the documents, the quarterly reports, which were I think 44 to 46, if memory serves, those latter three documents were explained to me, and I was told which tab to look for, which was immensely helpful. But if anybody can explain to me, as I say, how those figures correlate to each other.
I think Ms O'Kane will be able to assist you with that.
If you can do that at the appropriate time.
Yeah, I can track that across. I can't speak to the science behind them, obviously, but I can certainly point. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I can do that.
So thank you. Yes, that'd be.
So again, whenever is an appropriate time.
Okay, that's fine. For SEPA, any preliminary issues?
Perhaps just on the agenda items. So I think from the correspondence yesterday from the appellants, Rachel Mackay-Austin's not going to be referring to the various academic papers.
Yes.
So I think that perhaps takes out agenda item 6.
It does. I was going to come to that at the appropriate point. Yes, I think it largely does. When I was going to get to that point, I was going to just double check whether the appellants still want me to read those documents, or whether the non-reference to them means they're now being withdrawn as documents. I'm very happy to read them. The intention really was then of today, so that if there were particular extracts that I needed to read in advance to understand the evidence. But when we get to item 6 again, it can be we could clarify there as to whether they're still relied on, or whether the fact they're not referenced today means that they can be regarded as withdrawn or not, and that will help my reading after today. So that, again, that's a fair point, and we'll get to that item 6.
The other thing was so items 4, 5, 7 and 8 I think are all the items that are perhaps covering information that would be heard today, but also that was dealt with at the end of January hearing. So it's not whether, I was wondering whether you wanted to perhaps group those together and deal with those at the end, given that they're looking at both the ecology evidence and the chemical data, or whether actually that would come up front. But I think perhaps because you've referred to the ecology as well, we need to hear that first, but they seem to group together.
They do group together, and I have sort of thoughts of the questions I want to ask. I think I probably want to keep them in the same order that they are there, but we can come back to them later on if the ecology evidence later on suggests to need out of it. There are some questions that I want to ask the appellants that will frame the context of the later discussion, which is why it's ordered in the way it is.
And my final thing, just in terms of perhaps additional items that I'm not sure to the extent you will need to go through them today, but it was unfortunate that there is no update to the joint note of agreed facts. I certainly from SEPA's position, we felt that there was some aspects that could have been moving on given what we heard at the January hearing, particularly around the calculation of limits. And I understand that the appellant's position still is that approach and application is disputed, but there are points in the joint note that are really about the actual number crunching, which we heard from Mr. Martin is not in dispute. So it was, I suppose, sir, for you to decide then to the extent to which you would need to hear further on that, or understand the nature of what is still being disputed there, or whether you feel you're in a position to, having heard all that evidence from SEPA at the end of January, that you can go away and...
I think all I can say is, as I said to the case officer on all of this, is I don't regard that as being so firmly settled in my own mind, and I suspect the appellants would also not regard that information as being as firmly settled to make a ruling effectively that says that that we're moving on and everything's agreed. I'm not sure it is, and I want to hear Rachel's evidence, because I think what I make of that chemical data will be informed by some of the questions I want to ask from the FCC.
Yeah, it was more the actual application of the model and the number crunching within that. Certainly Mr. Martin said there was no qualms about that, and they weren't...
I think that's right. I've understood that point, but I think there probably is a slightly more nuanced interaction with what the appellants are saying that will maybe address. I mean, if it turns out that I'm starting to scratch away at questions where actually there's no dispute, then no doubt I'll be told. But I don't want to preempt what we're yet to hear.
I'm reminded, sir, sorry, that the question of site visit, I think you alluded to that earlier. I don't know if you wish to discuss that now or leave that to the end. Further site visit. I
do. It's on the list. I was going to leave it to the end. In part, actually, just once we go through, because there were two reasons were given for the potential of a site visit. One of which was to address seasonality, and obviously we'll hear about that today, the significance of that. And the other is to get a sense of where Rachel had gone and done her work at the particular sites. But we'll make a judgment at the end as to whether after today it's necessary to do so. Okay, so that's helpful. Thank you for that. What I was going to do in terms of there's three recognitions that have been lodged for today, and partly just so to let the witnesses get kind of into the swing of things, really. I was going to ask each of the witnesses in turn to read out only the introductory sections, just for the record, for the hearing. And if they want to say anything else about the professional background, feel free to do so. Starting with Rachel, then Ian, then Kate. Just ask you for the record to take from your recognitions and just read out. In Rachel's case, it's just introductory section A.
So before that, just if I might interject here, you mentioned something about professional qualifications. It might also be useful for Mrs. Mackay-Austin to, I'm sure she does have her composite report before her, FCC 35,
Yes.
and the curriculum vitae, which is at page 47.
Oh, right, okay, yes, that.
Because, again, sir, it may be of some use to see Mrs. Mackay-Austin's experience, both academic and practical.
That's fine. I'm happy to record that rather than read it out, but noting that.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Mackay-Austin. I'm currently a director of Riverwood Ecology Limited, thus referred to as RWE. I'm instructed by FCC Waste Services UK Limited, also referred to as FCC. I am the author of the RWE reports, FCC documents 28, 29, 31 to 35. I have 15 years of experience in freshwater macroinvertebrate sampling and analysis. I completed a BSc in Physical Geography at Durham University in 2010 and an MSc in Environmental Diagnostics and Management at Cranfield University in 2011. Following university, I have worked in various public and private sector roles as a freshwater ecologist. I am accredited in macroinvertebrate taxonomy at UK and European level. A full record of my CV and professional experience can be found in Appendix 2 of FCC Document 35.
Okay, happy if you just stop at that point. Mr. Martin, do you want to do the same? This is, again, just section A.
Okay, my name is Ian Martin. I'm currently General Manager in the Waste Treatment Division for FCC Environment. I have a 30 years experience in industrial waste treatment and disposal. FCC Environment is a trading name for companies of FCC Environment UK Limited, the parent company of FCC Waste Services UK Limited. I have completed a BSc in Environmental Science and Occupational Hygiene in 1983 to 1987, MSc and DIC in Public Health Engineering at Imperial College in 88-89. I'm a member of the Chartered Institute of Waste Management, Chartered Institute of Water Environmental Management. I'm a Chartered Environmentalist and a member of the Royal Society of Chemistry.
Thank you. And then, want to read it? I think they just you see what your precognition covers at that.
Okay, the precognition addresses the following. General background as to my role in respect to the site of Greengairs Landfill. Vehicle Drunkay Road, Greengairs, Airdrie, ML77TD, the site. Instruction of water, chemistry and ecology reports, section C, and discussion with SEPA. Section C.
That's good, thank you. And do move to Kate if you want to read out sections 1 and 2. Because it contains some personal sensitive data, you don't need to read out your date of birth, but you read out the other bits of it.
Well, I haven't actually got my qualifications in there. I'll say them anyway.
You say them, yes, that'd be good, thank you.
I'll read the first bit and then I'll just say what my qualifications are. So I'm Kate Arnold. I'm currently an ecologist with SEPA. I've worked as an ecologist within SEPA and its predecessor organisation, the Clyde River Purification Board, since 1988, having responsibility for monitoring and assessing water quality. During this time, I've collected, analysed and interpreted data from samples from many hundreds of freshwater sites across Scotland. I was made aware of the appeal by our in-house legal team and was asked to provide evidence with respect to the ecology of the watercourses around Greengairs Landfill, based on the sampling I've carried out since 2019. I've got a degree in environmental science from the University of East Anglia and an MSc in aquatic resource management from the University of London. And I've prepared the reports, the ecology reports that have been presented as evidence. Okay.
So your degree was in environmental science, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I was going to first of all start with Rachel's evidence, looking at item 3 on on the agenda. And the context of this is there was a bit of discussion at the last hearing, being conscious of the fact that there'd been an engagement. You were engaged, I think, after around 2019, 2020, when issues became known to FCC about SEPA concerns. And I'll ask you to talk me through the various productions that are given there from FCC 29 to 36 in a minute. But some of the issues that we spoke about and discussed last time was just to get, from my perspective, an understanding of how you became involved, when you became involved, why you were involved, and the like, and what was the sort of the approach you took generally. So you want us to say a little bit about your own company's background of how that you became involved, and what you did in those early days and early years in providing advice to the appellants.
So I was instructed in February 2020 by Glenn Robb and Gordon Appleby. This was following SEPA's initial assessments in December 2019, where they identified a potential toxic pollution event that was affecting the ecology of the Cameron Burn. So to this end, I was brought on site and shown the various monitoring points that they were currently using for physicochemical water quality monitoring, and it was agreed that we would carry out a joint freshwater ecological monitoring programme that coincided with the water quality monitoring programme. So we carried out freshwater macrovertebrate and diatom monitoring at the sites that already existed, and crucially at the same time. So we would go out on the same day at the same time so that the ecology and the water quality data were comparable. I carried out both spring and autumn at the same sites over 3 years. So we have a full suite of 3 years monitoring data at those sites. And I would produce an interim report following the spring data, and then I would also produce a full annual report, which are those documents that you already listed.
Okay, thank you. And were you satisfied at the early stages of your engagement by FCC that you had full access to all the relevant scientific information that was available to SEPA at that time? You may have seen that in the course of this examination there have been some documents and produced, and there have been some questions as to how much that had been made available from the start. Were you satisfied in terms, you might disagree with it, but were you satisfied that you were given enough information from the SEPA perspective?
I believe during the early stages of the investigation, I wasn't provided with any of the data from SEPA. I had to do a Freedom of Information request to get hold of some of the bankside data. But I think I have everything that was made available or is still available following the cyber attack.
And do you feel that, although you disagree with it, do you feel that you can understand the SEPA perspective?
I do, yes.
One of the reasons why I'm interested in that is that looking at the evidence, I'd like to take you through it in a bit more detail just in a moment. One of the things that jumps out to me in looking at the two sets of evidence is just the extent to which there's a mismatch in both the approach to methodologies and the sort of the outcomes that arise from all of that. And I'm conscious that when professional people have discussions, you have disagreements. It's perfectly reasonable to have disagreements. It doesn't mean one side is wrong in what they're doing. But can you offer any kind of insight? I'm going to ask the same question. I won't offer any insight as to why it's proved so difficult to reach a kind of common understanding at this site.
I think the key point is that I followed the prescribed methodology that's set out in the UK tag RIV-PACS methodology. It's also present in the Freshwater Ecology and Biology Handbook, and was the methodology that I used during my time at the Environment Agency carrying out similar investigations. So whereas I carried out both rapid field assessment, which I will also refer to as bankside analysis, I also took physical laboratory samples for further analysis, in addition to diatom analysis to provide further information. The diatoms do not usually form part of a regulatory analysis. It was a decision I made to gather further information. But the crucial point is that I sampled exactly the same sites in both spring and autumn every single year to provide a complete time series in order to capture as much data as possible.
And certainly I see, we'll come to this in a minute, I certainly see in terms of the reports that went through, you identified 7 sites, and all the sampling seems to be consistent across all those 7.
It's replicated.
Across all of that. I mean, I may go to SEPA just for a moment to ask if there's anything they want to say about that question, which we touched on a little bit last time, as to why the mismatch in understanding. I know that some of the information from FCC has indicated that I think you were commissioned, you were able to do a more, what you consider at least a more methodical analysis, simply because you're commissioned for this site, whereas SEPA are having to look at 200 sites or whatever across the country. I think that's at least part of what you're saying. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, several operational procedures, including SEPA's own, state that if it's to be for a compliance investigation, then at least a minimum of an upstream and a downstream sample should be taken for further laboratory analysis, because then there's an audit trail, basically. Without those, the data is suspect.
I understand.
I wonder if it might be useful as well to explain the difference between the bankside analysis and the lab analysis, and whether one can gain anything more from the lab analysis.
I'm very happy to do that. I mean, that's one of the things that I want to look at.
I'm sorry if I'm jumping.
No. If now's an appropriate time, I saw it. I heard a reference to bankside there. If you want to explain that just now, that's absolutely fine. We'll come.
Bankside analysis or rapid field assessment is a very useful tool. That's not disputed. It's used for monitoring gross pollution incidents to detect the number of dead, alive and moribund macroinvertebrates at a site, and it allows you to track a pollution event throughout the reach and to determine its severity. But then, particularly at Greengairs, both myself and SEPA did not identify an active pollution event at any of the sites.
Yeah.
Any effects are chronic within the system. Therefore, laboratory samples have to be taken in order to provide further data. Allows you to analyse to a higher taxonomic resolution and produce more indices. Another point is that the WHPT index, as per the Freshwater Biology and Ecology Handbook, is not actually applicable to bankside analysis, because some of the taxa are not identifiable in the field.
Certainly, I'd see. I heard what you said, but I've also seen some reference to a particular pollution event that happened around 2019. But my understanding is that the issues are here, while there might have been an examination that was triggered by a pollution event, the generality here, I think what you're saying to me just now, I think is my understanding, is that there's not the issues here don't relate to an individual pollution event, but to the general monitoring that's gone on over time.
I think the definition of the pollution event, to my knowledge, it wasn't classified under the category system. It was neither category 1, 2, 3. There was no associated fish kill. And again, there was no dead.
Well, I've certainly had no sense there was a major pollution event as such that's arisen. There's nothing in a sort of categorisation. There might be something that gave rise to a more minor event that gave rise to an examination, but the generality is not to do with a specific pollution event. Is my understanding. I see Mr. Martin nodding to that from his factual
It
background.
wasn't an event, it was a case of the sampling was done, this was the results, and this is then what came from it.
You know, that's
I'm not
helpful.
sure what actually caused the reason why the causes have been up to that time.
I'll stop there just now and ask if SEPA want to say anything, just either on what's just been said or on this question about the kind of the apparent inability to agree a common science, if you like.
I wouldn't agree that there's a mismatch in any way. We've both shown that the sites are polluted. All our data shows that the sites downstream of the landfill site are polluted. If I could perhaps show you my bankside analysis, because I think it's getting a bit of a dissing from the other side.
Yeah.
It's actually very accurate, and certainly if I did feel it wasn't accurate in any way in the field, I would take it back and have a look in the lab, but it was pretty clear to me that all the sites were polluted straight away from the initial look at the sample.
So where are you reading that from? Where can I see your bankside analysis?
Shall I show you?
If you could do it under reference to a document.
Well, it's in, all the bankside analysis is in the Freedom of Information request that was received by. I was just going to describe to you how the process works, because I believe most people here probably haven't ever thought of what might be in it.
If you could do that, and then we can give me a reference to under reference to a document number.
Well, it's in our procedure numbers.
So if you answer that, then we can give you a document number, so I can look at it.
Well, I don't know that the individual sheets are. I'm just going to. If you want me to read it out, then it's quicker if I show you on the sheet.
If you
Read out the
could,
procedure.
if you read it out, yeah. If it's not too lengthy.
It's so long. Right.
Sorry, it's SEPA 20.
It's in SEPA 20.
Sets out the
It's
method.
the same method that Rachel will have used for collecting samples. We use the same method to collect samples.
So you give me the page numbers within SEPA 20.
Well, I was just going to show you the list of.
Show me, as long as Rachel can see it as well.
Well, Rachel's got Rachel's got them under the freedom of
Explain,
information.
so the
I'm just going to show you how it works. Really, that's all.
Just explain how it
the
works.
actual bankside data that supports the various ecology reports that are referred to in SEPA 8, SEPA 10 to 12, SEPA 14, 15 and 19. They're the reports that have been compiled from that bankside data, but the actual data sheet is what I think you're
I was just going to show you the kind of detail that
is
the
not within that report.
bankside picks up, whereas it's sort of implied, but that the bankside wouldn't be good enough.
Yes, if you could do that, but as I say, if you
So
use it
what I do on the bankside, I take the sample the same way Rachel does by the standard methods. Look in the tray, you can see in there all the different kinds of invertebrates moving about. In a clean site, you might get, well, in North Lanarkshire, you might get maybe 18 or 20 different kinds of invertebrates in the sample. And they've all, the helpful thing about this technique is all of the different kinds of invertebrates. I don't know, I think it would really help you if you could see that it's this huge list of different invertebrates, right? So you see what's in there on this list, tick it off. A clean site would get maybe 18 or so. Polluted site, nowhere near that. So the numbers that I was getting at the downstream sites from the landfill site, it's like 10 or 11, 12, which is the same as Rachel was getting, sometimes fewer.
10 to 12 with the numbers.
Yeah, and that indicates that there's pollution there. It's not that you didn't see them in the field. It's not that, I don't know, somehow you chose not to record them. They just weren't there. So when you compare that against what you know about other river sites in the area, you can just see that it's polluted. There's not really any question. I think Rachel got the same results as I did, despite taking them away and looking at them in the lab. And the bankside method's really efficient and quick, and on behalf of the taxpayer-funded organisation, as you mentioned earlier, we need to be efficient.
And the page numbers.
If I can give you, so it's SEPA 20, and if you look at, in terms of that methodology, point 8.9, which is on page 4 of SEPA 20.
4.
And that refers to where it may be appropriate in some instances to reanalyse the sample at an ecology laboratory. But that would be if we were looking at, if we were like for enforcement purposes, that we had a pollution incident. This is the difference here, where we're not talking about a pollution incident here, we're talking a long-term discharge, that chronic.
It was to see what the state of the river was like at that particular time. It wasn't to
We're doing a water quality assessment here, so.
Yeah. We're not doing classification. I think Ms Mackay-Austin referred to repeating the same sites in spring and autumn, like over 3 years. That would be what you would do to classify the river as part of the Water Framework Directive requirements, where we're just going to have a look at what the river is like. We can easily use this method. It's very quick, efficient and accurate. And then based on what is found on the bankside, that then would go to chemical monitoring plans might be set up to find out what was the exact cause of the pollution. You see straight away that the site's polluted, and then other teams in SEPA follow up the reasons for the pollution, come up with plans for curing it.
So that's where the evidence that we collected within the chemistry department that came into play, because that information confirmed that there were breaches of the EQS within the unnamed tributary and the upper reaches of the unnamed tributary and further down. And off the back of both of those pieces of evidence, then the permit review process was triggered. And that's where the modelling exercise was undertaken using the discharge data and the estimated flow and capacity within the water body. So both of those are really just to identify that there's a potential issue, and then to as justify a permit review that then triggers a modelling exercise. It's not necessarily quite a pollution incident situation where you would need, if you were taking that to court, you would need, further evidence.
It's also not to classify the river for Water Framework Directive purposes.
Sorry, I wonder. So while you're looking, or should you be looking at the SEPA document 20, you might also care to cast your eye on section 5, which addresses performance characteristics of the bankside assessment. Internal page 2 of 10, I think it is. And at paragraph 5.5, it references limitations. Analyst experience of bankside analysis, minimum size of specimens that can be determined. And then, I think, not using the term pejoratively, at paragraph 5.6, it talks about bias.
Yeah.
Small species and specimens are less likely to be seen and identified than larger ones. Less mobile animals are also more likely to be missed. Dead or moribund taxa may be more easily overlooked, and care should be taken to check for these. And there are other aspects mentioned in section 5. No doubt Mrs. Austin Brown can speak for herself, but as I understand it, that's why she proceeded to carry out the lab analysis, because of, among other things, limitations on bankside analysis.
I'll just say I didn't experience any limitations. I've looked at hundreds of samples, thousands probably.
That's helpful. And again, I understand the point. The reference to bias is a scientific bias rather than a pejorative term, and it's a useful term to do that. So I'll go back and first of all ask just to ask if you have seen it or can access that document, SEPA 20, that we're looking at there.
I have seen the document, yes.
And ask just for your response to that, but also that point about the purpose, that it's not for classification purposes.
I agree that bankside analysis cannot be used for classification purposes, but I think if we're talking about variations to the EQS, so they need to be carried out to the methodological standards for classification or EQS compliance purposes, which they haven't been. So they cannot now be retrospectively relied upon to support regulatory changes to those limits.
And we do classify on bankside occasionally. It's not as disastrous as you it's easy to do the bank side, and if there is a reason why you think you're experiencing any of these limitations, you would bring it back to that. But you can see clearly whether there's limitations. Sometimes if the water's like muddy or something.
Just to go back to that question of why take matters back to the lab, we've heard a little bit of that. Do you want to see more about it?
So auditability as well. So by taking laboratory samples and keeping them preserved for up to 12 months, this would allow people to come back and audit my samples, and potentially vice versa, to check that the taxonomic accuracy was there.
And so your position was that wasn't done so that the auditing couldn't take place.
Yes.
That's one thing I wasn't entirely clear as to whether the samples had been taken but not kept. You were saying that the lab samples should have been taken and therefore could have been kept,
Yeah.
and therefore revisited later on.
We're not questioning anything about anyone's data. We wouldn't audit your samples in any way. It just wouldn't be necessary. You just go and take another one.
So if I could bring it back to, again, what the purpose of the sampling was on behalf of SEPA. As we've said before, the ecology sampling really triggered the issue for us. It wasn't then an ongoing investigation into a pollution incident. If there was an ongoing investigation, yes, absolutely, those samples would have been brought back to the lab and further procedures would have been followed that SEPA has for that. But here we have bankside analysis that identified the issue. There was confidence in those results, and that is what is set out in SEPA 20 in terms of the procedure, that there's no need to take it back to the lab where we've got confidence in those results. And I think perhaps, and Kate will come on to this later, if we look at that and in terms of the additional laboratory analysis that Rachel did, it doesn't produce a different result in terms of what it showed, pollution of that water course.
If I may as well, it's just to point out, it's the chemical data that's used to actually change the conditions within the permit. The ecology information is really helpful in understanding what's happening in the environment in terms of invertebrates, etc. But actually it's the chemical data that's used to make the changes within the permit conditions. And that was obviously discussed in January.
Absolutely. I'm actually going to come to that later on. That's one of my questions I want to address later on, so thank you.
Another point on the ecology is that while you're there looking at the river invertebrates, you're using the river invertebrates to show whether the river is polluted or not, but also you can see whether it's a kind of simultaneous thing. You see that the pollution, if there's pollution there, then it is impacting the river ecology. It's a kind of like reverse, sort of two inverse reasons for looking at the invertebrates in the river.
Is there anything you want to say about this? I'm going to ask you to go on to just work through the documents 29 to 35. Obviously 35, as I understand it, was a sort of summary, and a relatively recent summary that was looked at in November last year. I wonder if you could get those documents up, and with the page numbers that you've identified, just take me through that. And then look at the significance of the documents that are starting with 29.
I may not reference those tables specifically because they are included in the main FCC
No,
document.
indeed.
It's just if we needed to drill down into the data specifically, but I will probably be focusing on the main FCC review, which is document 35.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing I want you to take me through that in most detail. I mean, if there's nothing particular you want to say, I mean, I've got a couple of questions in relation to what was done at that point, and I had read these tables and I'd looked at them, and I looked at some of the photographs as well, which was very useful. I can see you've identified the seven sites that were there, and that was helpful. I mean, I was particularly interested in the one common site. I'm going to ask you a little bit about the other sites. The one common site that was used as sampling for the WPB was the one. Was the one that I was most interested in. Maybe I'm wrong about this, because that was the one that was the site boundary.
So WPB is immediately downstream of the initial discharge.
So that's exactly it.
So
it's not quite, as you can see from the map, as helpfully placed before me there. That's close to, but not identical to the SEPA sampling point, and I was shown that in the site visit there. So I'm recognising there's a difference between the two of them there.
WPB was sampled once by SEPA in December 2019, but then was not subsequently sampled after that.
Okay, well, that's useful.
So perhaps before, if we go to FCC 35 document, there are elements of FCC 34 that we would particularly like.
Yeah, we could do that. Now that we're on the sort of topic of the various sampling points, that was interesting in terms of that. About the sampling point WPB, that I was interested in that, not least because that was the of the various sampling points, the ones I was specifically taken to at the site visit was WPA and WPB, but also effectively what I'm regarding as the control site, the upstream site at WPH, I think was the one. And we'll talk a little bit about that. I think that was the one that was taken to on the site visit previously, but as I say, the documents will come to 34 just in a second. The SEPA can ask a question in relation to that. I was particularly interested in WPB, largely because that was the one that was kind of closest to the discharge point. It'd be interesting to know what the relevance of the other sites, which were further to the north, other than the sample site, which I can see why that was done. But I was certainly interested in the very tables that you've pointed out, on the evidence and on the figures that are shown there. Certainly at the site, at the sampling point that was closest to the site, it is shown at various degrees as being poor. It comes into poor, sometimes poor, close to moderate. And sometimes less so. I do recognise that the table that's described and makes reference to the highlighted points, the BMWP, which I looked up to find out what it stood for. I know it's defined in the report there as well, and that's helpful to see that. That was the place where generally the highest level of the BMWP scoring category interpretation was. Most of the other sites for most of the findings were ones that were better than that. Some were also shown as poor, but there were a number that were moderate and a number that were good. And I'm looking at others on one site there. Just looking at the first one, the first document, there's one at site WPH, which the water quality was shown as very good. And so there are variations of these findings throughout, but that was a sort of general.
WPH was the control site.
That is control site, yes, absolutely.
Control site.
The only one, so that would be expected to be a lot better.
You certainly might think so.
Sir, as I understand, I don't think there's a difficulty with the sites chosen by FCC, by Mrs Mackay-Austin, but it might be useful, it is in the reports, but it might be useful to hear why those sites were chosen by her.
It might be useful, in fact, just before doing that, I think that would be useful to ask about those sites, and specifically, I am quite interested in why the initial discharge point WPA was the one sample point. Explain that to me. In fairness, what I should say is the reason why this is of interest and relevance to me, and why I want to ask about it, is that in SEPA document 21, which was discussed at the last hearing, this is the summary of the Colmouth investigation back in 2020. I know that that's now 6 years ago. That one of the pieces of evidence there on page 8, I think it was, of the summary of the ComErd report, which, as I say, is at C1. One of the bits of evidence we looked at was Table 3 on page 8, which is a summary of relevant exceedances at that point, and the 3 sample points that we looked at there were WPA, WPB, and WPH, and that was something that was of interest to me, because what you have is the one upstream point, the control point effectively at WPH, which shows for all the parameters, all the chemicals that are shown there, a certain level. It's an exceedance, but a relatively small exceedance in each case. Then, if you follow the downstream, you then get to the discharge point, and you get very significant increases higher than that. And then by the time you get to WPB, which is the site boundary, there may be some degree of dilution. I'm going to ask you later on about dilution. The readings become significantly less, and in turn, as I suspect you're about to say, the readings in turn become significantly less when you begin to get to the other sites as well. But I should say that one of the things that we discussed last time was these figures, which are quite marked, quite notable. I mean, phosphorus is the one that stands out because the figures are bigger, but in fact it's true of all the parameters that are shown there, to a greater or lesser degree, that you get a kind of upstream, a small level of exceedance, and then as you go downstream to the discharge point, what looks significant in terms of level of exceedance, and then a lower level of exceedance as you get to the third point. So I just wanted to say that was the context of the evidence, and it's certainly the evidence that's in my mind in terms of how we look on to the next phase of this. So there's one question of why not sample WPA, but you might want to take what's been suggested as an opportunity now to explain why the various samples sites were chosen.
During discussions with Glenn and Gordon, Glenn Robb and Gordon Appleby, it was determined that WPG would be the most appropriate, because to my knowledge WPA is right at the level of treatment. Yeah. And so we wanted a sufficient distance of dilution. Yeah. It was determined that probably WPA wouldn't provide relevant data in terms of macroinvertebrates, because it's so close to the level of treatment of the discharge.
Yeah.
And
that was agreed with CEPA, is it?
Sorry, discussions with FCC. So
FCC. So moving on to the other sites, can we just go through those as to why they were?
So again, they were already in place as regular water quality monitoring points for FCC, so that we could directly compare ecology, freshwater ecology, with the water quality. And they were taken, my samples were taken at exactly the same time as FCC's water quality data, so on the same date and the same time, so that they could be compared. WPC is it's about 1.9 kilometres down the unnamed tributary one, and it sits downstream of a number of other potential sources, such as arable farmland. I believe there's sewage, rehabilitation, old historical line workings. Then further down to WPD is not too far down the unnamed tributary one, and it sits just upstream of the confluence of the Cameron Burn and unnamed tributary one. And then WPF is immediately downstream of that confluence point. And the final site, which is WPG, sits about 200 metres downstream of the road bridge and downstream of the wastewater treatment works.
You have a plan that you identified. I think it might be the plan FCC 35 that shows where the interrelationship between the two unnamed tributaries lie.
Yes.
And I found that really useful just to get a
So it's page
realisation.
13 of document 35.
That was the one, the principal, you describe it as principal map. So I did find that very useful.
And it also identifies both my sampling points and SEPA's sampling points, and which we sampled together and which were sampled individually.
Now we're on the question of plans and whether it's better to look at this plan or whether it could best done under reference to this document, which is one of your documents. I think I understand where, from the document immediately in front of me, where the SEPA sampling point is. Would it be possible on that plan just to come round and show there's a reference to the wastewater treatment works? If you could maybe just indicate where that is on either this plan or that plan, so I can mark and get a sense of it.
So it comes down, and this is the sewage treatment works here.
So it's the sewage, so that's...
So WPPD is here, and it sits within quite a narrow channel, and then WPF is just downstream of the confluence point, and then WPG is in this wooded area.
Is the sewage works then, is that the wastewater treatment works?
Yes, but that isn't where the effluent goes in. That's the building.
Yeah, that's just
That's
a
the
building, so it's
building.
upstream of any discharge point. The actual outflow is just about here.
So you,
It's a bit smaller. It's here, so this is the unnamed tributary coming around, so I think point B would be there. Point C is here. Point F is in the mixing zone of these two tributaries upstream of that bridge there, which I didn't do that one because it's in the mixing zone. And then my site there, which I think is where you've meant to do your F, Rachel, but that's what they F, and then the sewage works discharge goes in.
so
Round about here.
goes into here.
Yeah, and there's also an iron discharge there as well, which we know about. The two
So-
go in together.
Okay, that's
and then
helpful.
my downstream sewage works site is down here at this.
That's downstream to there. So my question
That's my downstream site.
is from FCC's point of view, are discharges from the sewage works, are they coming in, impacting to here?
No.
Is that an equivalent of,
I think this is the point for discussion of is the effects of the drop off in biological quality from this point to WPG, because there is a discernible amelioration in biological quality along the unnamed tributary, and then it rapidly drops off.
I understand that. There's certainly, when you look at the results, that's very much the case. But just clarifying from one point of view, there's no suggestion that what comes out here goes there.
No.
It goes there.
It goes there.
So this is the control effectively
Yes.
that's used.
And this was identified as a good control site because it has sort of a similar hydromorphological profile as WPD, so it's quite similar. Unfortunately, we couldn't find anything similar to WPD because it's a road ditch. Effectively.
It is, I walked along
Yeah.
there. I've seen that, yeah. So it's a wee bit away, but nevertheless, it's agreed.
It's showing as well that
the best
at
control.
that bit where you're saying there's that drop off there in biological, that's where it's heavily influenced by the cleaner water coming in. You can explain that at site too.
So if we're saying that this tributary is
look.
clearer,
Yeah.
which we can agree on if you want, then where you come here, to sample here, you're getting this cleaner water coming in with the polluted water from here.
Yeah.
So it's going to look, I mean, this is still in the mixing zone. You shouldn't really be sampling in the mixing zone. You need to leave 100 metres before the river is stable.
But the point is that WPD has always achieved better biological quality than WPG. It's constantly.
It's only on the BMWP, that's all. Not your own
I
tax.
can look at the figures for that.
Yeah.
And this, anyway, this
but-
is our main site
Yeah,
here.
but-
WPC is there. That's the one.
So that's the main site for that. But I just want to work out, because it wasn't obvious to me where the wastewater. You can't work it out from there, but you can. That's helpful. Thank you. That's the wastewater treatment. The other question is there was a reference to illegal dumping, and I don't know whether you can indicate where, on your understanding, the illegal dumping takes place. So again, it's the same, in many ways, the same question. There's also the car braking site, which I think is next to WPG, as I understood.
That's one and the same. It's this.
Is it one and the same?
It's this bus, what used to be a bus depot, and it's a sort of car breakage yard, and it sits on the bank here.
So it's the, yeah.
Yeah, and then every successive visit, the land slippage got worse and worse, to the point where it actually overtopped the CSO and covered it, and I had to report it to Scottish Water. So there was lots of sediment, there was lots of litter, there was hazardous waste drums, oil drums, all going in at this point. So this is quite a complex site. There's lots of inputs at that point.
So I think that's the bit during the site visit that we were on the bridge and
I'm going to ask that very question. I seem to remember we stood about there on the site
and you
visit
could see some
looked across that
things down
direction.
the banking from the bridge.
But we did consider whether they were impacting on the river ecology and concluded that they're not, because we couldn't see direct pathways from any of those chemical drums or anything. They were all empty. They weren't in the river, and it's just...
But it certainly should be the case that once you're this distance away, there is at least the potential for there to be a number of other factors, which is the point that's made, other contributory factors to that. But your evidence is, nevertheless, the water quality is still higher than the water quality
at WPG.
At WPG, and is higher than certainly some of the figures we've got at WPB.
Yeah, the SEPA as a regulatory agency has access to what's called a rapid pressure diagnostic system. Unfortunately, as consultants, we don't have access to that, so that can actually be used to determine whether other confounding pressures are having an impact as opposed to the main point of interest.
But as an ecologist, you'll be able to tell from the invertebrates that are there. All the invertebrates on that list I was trying to show you each have different tolerances for different kinds of pollution. So if it's sewage pollution, you get lots of certain types of invertebrates, whereas if it's leachate pollution, you wouldn't get those. You can tell from like the taxa list what kind of pollution it is.
There is a strong nutrient signal in the types of invertebrates that we are seeing there.
I wonder if, just obviously the type of tax is a complicated issue. It is discussed in some length in FCC 35 and indeed other reports. And it may be appropriate rather than just jumping in as and when we're doing the discussion, just to take in bite-sized chunks. It is quite complex.
It is complex, but my main question was because of that complexity is just to get a sense of where things are, and I can see that, and I can certainly see there's different.
Likewise, questions of other pressures, etc. You really have to. Sorry, shouldn't tell me. It may be helpful to walk through slowly and surely during this session of the inquiry.
There are other pressures at WPG. We pick up the sewage pollution.
That's why I'm suggesting we take this slowly.
Take slowly, indeed. So going back, so that's helpful for that. And I think you suggested that we go through. I don't know if you want to do it sample point by sample point, and just explain to me just that very point about the different implications and different consequences. Having clarified the geography for me.
So if you want to start at WPB.
Yeah, so sorry, just to be clear, are we now going to document 35? Or do you want to talk through the other documents first of all? It's just I think Sipa wanted to ask a question about document 34.
If we want to do 34, and then
we can come back to 34 if you want, because that's in terms of the overall conclusions about pollution.
We'll do 35 and then let's not lose sight of 34 as need to be. So taking it through 35 then. And tell us about your I printed off section 4, but maybe there's other things you want me to refer.
No, that's fine. Is there specific parts of the 35 discussion that you wanted to ask about?
Not really. I just wanted you to sort of go through, as council has said, that just because this is complex, it for my benefit, I think needs to be taken sort of baby steps through all of these findings and what they all mean for the different sites.
think that the main point of the discussion is that I don't think the strength of the inferences that have been made can be made just on the macroinvertebrate data alone, because certain sites were sampled in spring of 1 year and then not again in autumn, or they weren't sampled at all in 1 year. Macroinvertebrates sampling is basically semi-quantitative. It's a spot sample for that time, and there are so many different factors that can influence the results. The particular hydrology, the climate, other factors, other diffuse and point source pollutants that are coming in, and because I have spring and autumn data for 3 years, I was able to show quite a marked seasonal difference between sites. So it does really matter when you take those samples.
Seasonal difference, doesn't it?
Even WPH, which is the reference site, scored very poorly in 2022. I think it was in the 30s in terms of WHPT. 2022 was a particularly dry year, so low flows do have an impact on the community that's present. So,
So what does that mean then? If it's a dry year, what does that mean in terms of the science?
there's not sufficient flow in the water to support diverse communities of macroinvertebrates.
So that means that it doesn't. So that you can't work out what the taxonomy is, or what's present.
So
or the results are simply less reliable.
in this case, because we identified there were no severe pollution factors at WPH or other confounding factors, it means that the low flows are having the most impact at that point.
Right, okay, yes, okay.
And obviously that will affect other sites as well, which confounds the interpretation for potential pollution.
So I wonder also it might be useful to look at section 3, which again is perhaps a wet towel job, but it does explain, as I understand it, because we've had reference to taxa and indices and all the rest of it. It may be helpful, sir, for you just you can see the tables and read the conclusions, but you get a bit of text, I think, which may assist, and it may assist to hear from Mrs. Mackay-Austin as to exactly what it is that ecologists are doing.
That'd be useful, thank you, yeah. You explain that again under reference to the relevant part. And I'll go and look separately at section 3, but if there's bits, page numbers, things I should specifically be looking at, if you could give me those references.
So that would be pages 9 to 11.
Pages 15 to 25, I think.
Yeah, and 35.
Don't know what it is on the screen.
This is your
I'd just like to say that all the results show it's polluted, so there's not really any question about it.
We just,
Perhaps if in drawing out those results, you could point to the marked difference that you referred to.
Oh, for the seasonality.
You just said about the marked difference between the results.
For the same sites across seasons.
I didn't sample at WPH, so I'm not sure how you can.
This is very helpful.
No, it's not. I didn't sample at the site, I'm sorry, none of my sites were influenced by the weather.
So, for example, WPG had a score of 52.7 in spring 2021.
In what? BMWP?
So WHPT and
52.7.
52.7 at WPT in spring 2021. It then falls to 23 in the autumn of the same year.
I think, Rachel, you'll know that the spring samples are normally better. It's part of the life cycle.
Yeah. That would be the tables in FC 35. So that would be the summary tables.
The life cycles of the invertebrates.
If you could stack the questions so I can sort of get a flow of the understanding of what's being said, and we can.
The 2021.
I'm just getting 35 up just now. Just give me just a second.
Page 19.
Of the printed, a different number on the screen.
Internally 19 of 54.
But on this screen, I think that shows us a different number.
Is that table 5?
Sorry, yes, that's table 5.
Yeah, so page 19 of the actual document, yeah. Got that.
And then the autumn figure is the following table, which is table 6.
Yes, I could see. I looked at this yesterday. There was. I could see there were. This is the spring. There were spring and autumn figures. So that's 19. One, and the autumn is the next page. So, talk me through that. Then I've got those up.
Yes, sorry. So that just particular example shows how a site can change quite dramatically between spring and autumn of the same year, and highlights that seasonality does matter, and it's important to take a full annual assessment of the same site.
Classification purposes.
But I think in this particular investigation, it's useful to gather as much information as possible from exactly the same sites in order to get a full picture.
I think between us, we've got a good lot of information.
Again, we'll try and work through kind of one side. I can understand this slightly better if we just get a kind of a run through of what the FCC evidence then, and we can maybe just explore some of the questions there.
So the discussion document of 35 goes into.
Yes, Karen.
So that would be section 4.3, which covers the seasonal frequency and the timing.
Oh yes. Seen that.
And the 2022 low flow figures that I mentioned, that's 4.3.5.
Right. Yes, I was reading this just now. Your suggestion there is the one-off low tax account could reflect an unusually dry summer rather than an ongoing pollution source. So how do you draw conclusions? How do you get to a kind of, if you like, is there an objectively ascertainable conclusion you can reach from all of that? Or are you saying there's just lots of different factors that can come into play that can lead you to different conclusions?
Exactly, yes, lots of different factors that are at play. And I don't think the strength of the inferences that have been made can be made from the paucity of data.
On the ecology point, what would you?
Well, I don't agree there's a paucity of data. We have plenty of data showing that there's pollution, the same as Riverwood's data shows that there's pollution.
Are we talking about the same thing here? I mean, there's the question of whether there's evidence that shows pollution, and that goes back to the question of chemical data. Some of the evidence there, I think in particular in relation to SEPA 20, talks in terms of the consequences of the pollution on the ecology. So I suppose my question is, if we're looking at the consequences on ecology, which is what I took the apparent evidence to be, then I suppose my question is, is there agreement as to the extent to which there are consequences on the ecology?
I don't think so. I think there is a definite amelioration in the biological water quality. You can track that quite clearly across the data between WPB and WPD, and that has been acknowledged in document 46.
Yeah.
But then it's directly contradicted again a couple of months after by SEPA by saying they're not aware of any amelioration. So I think what we're talking about is basically 1.9 kilometres of the unnamed tributary 1, which does reach.
And there's 1.9 kilometres, is that roughly the distance then between B and D? Is that other 1.9 kilometres?
Which by the point it reaches WPD, it does reach good ecological status.
And that's some of the, look at this. Some of the information is not particularly recent. I'm just looking for the most recent of that.
Sorry, what point are we saying it reaches good ecological status by?
WPD, so
Just upstream of efforts.
so it has a community that is consistent with streams that are located within quite heavily genetically influenced environments.
I've seen that as, again, the figures are not identical when you cross the various bits of the documentation. I can certainly see all in the various documents that are there on 16th March 2020, it's certainly shown as yellow. Yellow is good. 68. That 68 is
For example, in
moderate there.
on table 3 of FCC document 35, it actually achieved 75 WHPT and 13 number of taxa. So it is capable of achieving moderate to good ecological status. Sorry, that's WPC, and then WPD is 85.4.
Where on that document, just what page number?
So page number
FCC 35.
17, and that's table 3.
Okay.
So you'll see that the WHPT is generally a lot higher than the BMWP score.
So I'm looking at that plan, that's shown as yellow as moderate. That's WPD.
So that would be for BMWP. Then for
Yes.
it's actually good, although there are no classification categories currently used for WHPT. So the BMWP has been applied for ease of reference.
So which do you think is more representative then, the WM?
So the BMWP index was actually superseded in 2014 and is now replaced by the WHPT because it's more, it's linked better to organic pressures because it's an abundance weighted metric, and it also incorporates more taxa than the BMWP method.
Okay. And one of the reasons I'm hesitating a little bit there, certainly in terms of looking at this ahead of today, when I was looking at the various sample tables, and they're quite old just now, you know, they're compared to where we are just now. I was certainly starting with the BMWP because they're the ones that were highlighted.
The reason I had to use BMWP is because that was the initial index that SEPA used in their investigation. So I've reported both.
So you're saying that WHPT is more representative?
It's the official index that's used for biological.
That's helpful.
If it explains, the indices are, well, the WHPT is set out in Appendix 1 of the report with some information about WHPT.
Okay.
And that's internal, page 44.
Page 44. So that's something I'll have to look at because obviously
It may assist, sir, if you do look at it. There is a detailed explanation of what this index or metric is designed to do.
May I say anything?
If you want to answer to that, the reason I wanted to say I need to look at this because I say what I found was helpful was the colour coding on these plans, but the colour coding is BMWP, so I'm going to have to look back and look at those figures compared to the colour coding in the others. But if there is anything you want to say about the difference of
When we're referring to BMWP and WHPT, each of those has 3 components. So I'll just talk about the WHPT. So the three components of that are the Whippet score, and then the number of taxa, and then the ASPT, which are all on these tables that have been provided there. So if you want to say something that's good status, all of those three have to be in the good classification band. And so only this, where it's been colour coded green on this page 17 that I'm looking at here, only the Whippet would make it into that green band. And in a taxa of 13 or 9 or whatever else is on there, that is low, that indicates pollution. I think the colour coding has been done to make it look like it's much better than it is.
So with respect, that's a matter for submission.
And what you've said then is that excuse me, when you see the three tests, the score, the taxa and the ASPT, is that just to make sure I've noted this correctly, is that the WHPT?
Yeah, but it would be the same for BMWP.
It'd be the same, so it'd be the same as
well. It's easiest to see it on this figure.
Perhaps it's useful to refer back to
There's no can, I was going to say,
because there's a useful map there with showing the columns. And again, the colour coding is perhaps slightly misleading in showing the results from that.
34, right, so
It looks like this.
where's your number 34? I've got that in front of me just now.
I think it's on page, it's figure 1 on FCC 34 on page 60.
Page 60. What's this right? That screen page 60.
No, that's
That's fine.
printed.
So that's the plan at the very end.
It's a map that looks like this.
It's a map with some,
Yeah, no, I did look at this.
There's some charts on it.
Charts, yes. The charts show BMWP,
Yeah, good map.
NTAXA and ASPT.
Yeah. And so the red band at the bottom of the charts there is the bad status. And you can see that the NTAXA columns and the ASPT columns are both largely within that red band indicating bad status. And it's literally only the BMWP which is over into the good.
and it's only at
And
that
it's
site
only
too.
at site H as well, or site whatever that is. Site 2 then. So if you want to be able to say that the river's in good condition, all those three have to be up at good.
I'm going to ask FCC that question in a minute as to what they have any comment on that. The first question is, would you agree that there was that move away from the BMWP to the WHPT as being the preferred?
Yeah,
So
but we can use both, we understand both easily.
Okay.
Sorry, can you?
Yes, no, I just want to say, do you want to comment on that point about the three factors of the score of the results, the score, the taxa, and the ASPT all have to be shown as being good before a sample point can be shown as good.
But then that sort of directly goes against that we're not trying to make a WFD classification assessment. I would agree that the ASP, both the ASPT and the NTAXA, they are telling you different things than the overall score. The ASPT being most correlated with the biological water quality element. But 6.1, for example, of WPD is a very good ASPT score.
So we're going to see that.
So again, that's table 3 of
This is
35.
so back to 35. Okay. Table 5, just so table 3 is where?
On page 17.
17. Hang on. Oh yes, I'm fine.
Under SEPA's adjusted index for salmonid quality rivers, for example, 6.1 would be considered good as an ASPT score.
May I say something to that?
Yes, go on.
6.1 of an ASPT score indicates that the river isn't deoxygenated, because as I think was mentioned earlier, this index is designed for organic pollution, and the consequences of organic pollution are that the river becomes deoxygenated. So organic pollution might be sewage, agricultural runoff, I don't know, like food preparation waste or something like that. That would be organic, and pouring that into a river causes deoxygenation. And a lot of the invertebrates that I mentioned at the beginning on that big table don't like deoxygenation, but some of them are fine with it. But if you get an ASPT of 6.1, that indicates that the river isn't deoxygenated. But that doesn't say anything about the fact that there's leachate pollution and metals there. See what I mean? Landfill leachate doesn't tend to cause like huge deoxygenation.
Do you want to comment on that?
To that end, so the ASPT at WPG, for example, is all the way down at 3.89, highlighting that there is severe deoxygenation at that point.
We agree that the sewage works is having some impact there on top of the leachate.
Sewage works impact will be at WPF, G, yes. Maybe not at F, but at G, because that's downstream from the sewage works.
WPF is just upstream.
That's fractionally upstream. I know there's a question as to whether it's in the right place, but the WPG is the key one, because that's downstream, and that has the impact from the wastewater treatment works, and that's also in the vicinity where you referenced the land slippage and the car braking site. Okay. Let's go into FCC first. Where do you want to take me next? Maybe we're back to some of the conclusions from FCC 35.
So before we do that, I'm looking at the time. I'm not sure if you were intending on having a break.
Well, shortly, yes. If this is a sort of natural point in terms of this, I don't know if there's very much more you want to say about FCC 35. If you have a reasonable amount to say, we can take maybe a 10-15 minute break just now. I'm conscious that you also want to talk about FCC 36.
I think now would be a natural point.
Is it okay? Well, in that case, what we're doing for time, to 11:40. Thank you. next stage of whether you have more to say on 35 or moving to 36. I just had a couple of questions that came to mind, one over the break there. My question relates to what was said by Kate Arnold about the need for the three tests to be met before you can draw conclusions as to the status of the water course, and that included the SPT level. So I wonder if either of you could just explain to me. I can see, and I'm just looking at a random example. I think all the tables are in the same format. I'm looking at FCC 32, and I'm seeing the BMWP and the WHPT scores. And at the bottom of that, there's an indication there as to how you interpret those scoring categories as to whether something is good or moderate, poor, or whatever. The ASPT scores don't seem to work on that same scale. So where do I need to look? You don't necessarily need to take me to it just now. If we're looking at, for example, WPD, and I'm looking at this sample, it's just 3rd of May 2021, and the ASPT score at site WPD is 5.56. So my question is, where would I look to work out whether that meets those criteria?
Unfortunately, there are no official classification bands other than this altered Salmonid index that CEPA used for certain water bodies. Basically, in simplistic terms, the higher the ASPT, the better the biological.
A high ASPT.
Yes.
In terms of oxygenation.
Yeah. I appreciate that science is never exact, can often or never be absolutely precise in these things, but that strikes me, that makes it quite hard to know whether the three tests are met if there's no one standard level of which you can ascertain.
What you do for the classification is you compare it against predicted results, so that we have a computer model that can predict what a river of that size and style.
This isn't a classification exercise.
Yes,
But if you were
so in my early reports, you might identify that I used the said piece of software. It's called the River Invertebrate Classification Tool to compare our monitored sites with.
What's it called? The River
Invertebrate Classification Tool, or RICT for short. We're now on RICT 3, so where RICT 2 is mentioned, that was the previous version.
So RICT 3 is the current version at one point.
But from previous conversations with CEPA, they deemed that was not producing valuable information, so we didn't use it for further investigation.
That's fine. And my other question, which may be leaping on a little bit to your conclusions, but the point that had struck me, and it ties in with the questions of how the history of this moves forward, and some of this information is assessed in 25, but it's backward looking. Is at 4.75 of document FCC 35 references the report studying the need to union monitoring with the first methodology. As you see there, said there, only with consistent, seasonally appropriate and high quality data can the efficacy of any remedial measure be judged. And this is what we're sort of discussing around here. But on that, is it therefore your conclusion that in fact there's no justification for the levels that are sought to be imposed by Table 12, or is it the case that the justification is potentially unduly cautious in its approach, but that we should move forward to get A, more data, and B, try to agree a kind of common methodology to assess the data, and then come back and then review whether Table 13 is appropriate?
Yes.
I appreciate I'm leaping on perhaps
That's
to where your endpoint is, but it's useful to sort of know where you're striving towards effectively.
Yeah, so I think the review document concluded that the current monitoring so far is not able to adequately pinpoint or determine the attribution of each stressor within the catchment on the ecology itself. So further monitoring and within the regulatory framework monitoring, so both bankside analysis and laboratory samples and further monitoring if possible. So hydromorphological monitoring, full habitat assessments would be warranted, I think, under this case.
Well, that's very helpful. And without wanting to preempt what I'm likely to be told in closing submissions in terms of the FCC position, that, it seems to me, plays back into the issue that we discussed last time round of the investment that would be required to achieve the reverse osmosis, and whether that can be justified in light of that ongoing uncertainty, I think is the FCC position as I'm understanding it. Okay, that's very helpful. So, yeah.
If I may come in again, I feel we're going down a route here that we need to bring it back.
Absolutely, it was my question, so.
To make the point that, SEPA could have just done one round of ecological monitoring here. This was the trigger event for our further investigation that was then undertaken on the chemical data and that chemical analysis. So we've done further ecological sampling, and there's been suggestions around that that's not at the right time of year. I think the first one was in December, but every other round was in spring or autumn. Some of those were for other purposes, as we saw. For I think 2 were actually done for the purposes of looking at the wastewater treatment works discharge, not for actually. This has not been done specifically for looking at the Greengairs discharge. It was that initial ecological sampling that triggered us to see that there was an issue and to look into further through other means. So when there's a suggestion that there needs to be further, and it sounds quite wide-ranging sampling at all these different points, that is not what we would do. As we explained at the January hearing, the process that then results from that, triggering of that. But if we are looking at what we have based on, we've got a lot of data here, and if we're looking at what we've got, at all stages down to the points where they're saying good status, and I would also say that, we've had various references, well, that's for the purposes of classification. Unfortunately, they're using that in the reports for the purposes, and that's not what we're here for. But at all points, the levels are still that there would have been a Category 1 or Category 2 event if SEPA had chosen to investigate this further for enforcement purposes. I don't know, perhaps I could just bring in Stephen or Olivia to speak about that, because I think we just have to bring this back to what is the point of the ecological monitoring here.
Well, before we do that, I'm again, like Miss Armstrong, concerned as to where this is going. The appellant's position is quite clear, as discussed in January. We don't accept, and it's a matter of legal submission, that SEPA has no discretion. Once they've identified an exceedance of EQS, that's it, and you've got to base your ELVs on that. That's a legal point. If I'm right on that, we say that there are various matters which you, sir, will require to weigh in the balance and exercise your discretion, your judgment, as we say SEPA should have done, in determining what an appropriate ELV should be. One of the factors we will be inviting you, sir, to take into account is the impact of the discharge on the ecology, on the local water environment. That, in a nutshell, is the position of the appellant. And it is interesting, as to do some architecture here. It was SEPA itself who, in responding to the appeal document, chose to bring in the ecological information. And of course, as you now know, the appellant, and you may disagree with this, of course, but the appellant in turn disagrees with the ecological assessment for the reasons set out in the Riverwood Ecology reports. We've had a flavour of that this morning. I haven't got into too much detail because parties, for whatever reason, have been talking over themselves. But I think it is clear in the reports what it is that Riverwood Ecology consider to be shown from the assessments which Ms. Austin Brown has carried out. And as I say, if you accept those findings, big if, and if you accept the legal submissions made on behalf of SDC, again a big if, this is all relevant information. The reason I'm setting that out, sir, is because I'm not sure what relevance it is in 2019, whether or not SEPA, had they chosen to investigate at that time, there would have been a Category 1 or a Category 2 pollution event. And I may say, having had no notice of that whatsoever, I am not in a position to respond in any meaningful shape or fashion. A, it's irrelevant, and B, it is unfair to the appellant.
And one of the things that's in my mind is the fact that a lot of this information is now quite elderly.
Absolutely.
And which is why I was probing
5.5
the
years
questions. Yeah, I was probing the questions about the history and the significance of the history to it. So that's certainly an issue that's in my mind. It goes round to the question. It's been a useful discussion today, just to hear about the different perspectives of what's relevant and what's not relevant in looking at the question as to my questions earlier as to why we're still debating this all these years later on. And
I'm not here to debate what happened in late 2019.
No need.
I am here to discuss, hopefully, in perhaps more detail, the conclusions of Ms Mackay-Austin and her reports and the 3-year data she has gathered and which she reports, which I submit, and I realise SEPA disagree with me, but I submit is relevant to this appeal.
Thank you. I'm going to look back to your witness. I'm conscious that this set of questions was initiated by me rather than anything else because of thoughts that I was having in terms of relevance.
If I could just clarify then, and I'm happy that we don't need to go into category 1 and category 2 event. It was more, I understand the appellant's position that they're arguing disproportionate cost on the basis that what they've referred to is the good status of the receiving water. But that good status is that, as we've talked about, the classification that's way down at the Luggy water.
We talked about Luggy water last time.
The receiving water, which is
understand that point.
And what we've heard today also about the ecological evidence, it still shows that there is not even good status at that very long length.
I think it was, yes. I think it was agreed in discussion last time that the classification document of the Luggy water is lodged, and I think it was accepted that the water quality is good or acceptable at that level. So one of the questions, and I will be looking to hear from the appellants in this respect, is if indeed it is the case, and I'll review all this evidence, if indeed it is the case that there are concerns immediately at the site, the discharge point and at the boundary of that, and this may be for submissions, whether it's acceptable to say that can be tolerated in circumstances where not far away, not terribly far away, 1.9 kilometres, and further in the Luggy water, the water quality is good, whether that is effectively acceptable in terms of what comes out from this site. So
sorry, jumping onto that as well, which is flagged up in FCC 35. And we know what has been reported in that relative to the quality of the water at the immediate boundary and we know that. It's not being advocated that the quality of the water is good, using that in a non-classification sense, because it's not a classified water. However, what will be said and submitted by FCC is that, again, there may well be other stressors in the environment, in the habitat, for example, which are also causing that. So, in short, and I'm aware I'm moving into legal submission here, in short, and I think that is flagged up in the paragraph to which you referred shortly after the break, in the FCC 35 report, it's multifactorial. Is the submission for the appellant, which again would play into the general proportionality justification argument, again for legal submission, but that's a teaser for that.
Thank you. So we'll go back to where I think you wanted to start from after the break before I diverted you.
I think leading on from that would be section 4.5, which talks about the habitat.
So you go to 4.5, yes.
So that's FCC 25.
Indeed.
And as you've been to site yourself, you'll know that the channel at WPD is very compromised. It's essentially a road ditch that's
indeed.
And the flow in that ditch is augmented by the LTP discharge, and there are questions whether it would exist without the discharge itself. So it's incredibly sedimented, which we were able to show through the further indices analysis. So that would be the PSI life indices, which are included in the appendices of that report. And because I monitored WPB continuously, whereas SEPA only monitored it once in
So that's WPD, did you say?
sorry, WP.
B. Yeah.
Only monitored it once in December 2019. I was able to monitor the sort of natural variations, but also the habitat constraints acting on that site.
And we just got habitat constraints. What do you mean by that?
So in this context, macroinvertebrates are impacted by the level of sediment, the quality, the diversity of the habitat present, so number and quantity of the macrophytes, so that's the emergent and submerged vegetation, of which you will see that is quite lacking at WPB. So the community at that site is in a very naturally limited state. We're not going to expect a big diversity of mayflies and stoneflies at that site. It's going to have very low scoring and taxa that are naturally developed for those environments, such as worms and midge larvae and hog lice. Notwithstanding that, we did actually see stoneflies on occasion at that site.
May I say anything?
I was going to ask you a question, but you can say what you wanted to say just now. I did notice there were some of the papers, there was, I think, a disagreement as to the consequence of sedimentation. I don't know if that's what you want to talk about.
Yes, well, obviously, when the sediment is polluted, then that does impact on the invertebrates that live there. But if you had a sedimented ditch with clean water and clean sediment, it certainly can support a wide number of invertebrate taxa. As I think you've pointed out yourself in your EPSI paper that you presented. There's plenty of invertebrates that are adapted to live in silty ditches, and probably, I'm sure you know, ditches they're a haven for wildlife often, where they're clean. So the reason for the lack of invertebrates at WPB can't be the sedimentation. It must, either the sediment is contaminated or the water is contaminated.
If I can just add to that.
As you finish your point, just make sure.
Yeah.
And yeah.
If I could just develop that. I don't want to use anecdotal evidence. I want to keep it tailored to this investigation, but I do analyse samples from the top of Scotland all the way down to Cornwall. So I am quite familiar with different habitats, and we do analyse samples from very sedimented but sort of naturally limited upland ditches, and they score lower than WPB, for example, because there's just not the habitat diversity there to support lots of different taxa. So you'll often find there's just one species of caddisfly in there, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're polluted. It just means that there are other constraining factors. My point would be that any water quality also needs to be looked at within the context of these habitat factors.
Which it is.
So, I appreciate it's complex. Does that suggests that the reason why different habitats have different outcomes might be because of pollution, but might not be because of pollution?
Indeed, there are.
That's actually what you're saying. So how then is it best established in this context whether it is or is not pollution based? Or is that just hard?
That's hopefully it shows that I show that it's difficult to, as I say, to put the sole attribution for any poor biological water quality solely on the LTP discharge, because there are other factors at play.
Something.
Okay, yeah.
I think you have shown that it is the pollution rather than the habitat in this chart that you've shown here, because the RICT.
That's the chart that's at the end of, yeah.
CC 34.
134.
The RICT model that Ms Mackay-Austin has used here clearly puts the ASPT and the N taxas into the bad category, And the RICT model, the whole point of the RICT model is that it takes account of the habitat type and the flow rates and the sediment quality.
Within that same report, I also put the caveat that RICT is only applicable to naturally permanently flowing watercourses, which sometimes WPP isn't.
And yet you've calculated it there.
Where is that reference? 34, is it?
Document 34
It's
will be
34.
in the limitations, that RICT was applied to all sites for consistency purposes. It's not disputed that the biological water quality is poor, sometimes going into the bad category at WPB. It's influenced by saline, and there are secondary pressures of nutrient enrichment shown. But at the same time, there are habitat factors at play.
That seems to be that's at least one of the key issues in all of this as to whether the poor levels are levels that would simply exist because this is an environment which has a poor level of ecological diversity, or whether there is at least a cause because of what's coming from the appellant side. And it may well be it's a bit of both. It could be that, that it isn't 100% caused by one or the other.
And because we have no baseline data from the unnamed tributary, it's not a regularly monitored watercourse. We don't have anything to compare to, so we don't know if this is a natural state for that watercourse or whether it has seen a degradation over several years.
So we go back to trends again, but you say that you're sampling of at least point B. What are you saying of it? That you mentioned, you say that SEPA have only sampled once, so therefore there's no comparison that can get made because one sample, you can't do a trend, you can't base a trend from one sample.
It's just a single spot sample.
So just to summarise again, I'll go back and look at this in more detail. Your more regular sampling, what do you conclude from that?
As I say, it's not disputed that it is the biological water quality is poor. Sometimes it does become moderate and is comparable, sometimes better scoring than WPG, which is of interest.
Probably because it's in the mixing zone.
You see, I think there was a but coming. You say you're not disputed the water quality is poor, and then you said it's poor, occasionally moderate.
Yeah.
I presume there's a but. But your evidence is.
No, I would say that's all that we can show from the.
So you can't draw conclusions of what you're saying. So what you're effectively saying is you cannot then draw a conclusion that would justify the imposition of these requirements. Okay.
So if I might assist you here then, that if there is any doubt then over the ecology evidence, although as we're seeing the ecology evidence supports the poor condition of it, but that would be where the chemical data comes in, and we have that chemical data that shows that I don't think it's useful to draw comparisons to upland ditches because they don't have treated leachate discharge going into them. And we have chemical data and we have a comparison site with the control site, so we can, the evidence is there that it is pollution and it is coming from the treated leachate discharge.
I understand the SEPA argument. So I think I diverted you when you were looking at 4.5.4 sedimentation and flow. Was there anything more you wanted to say about that, or do you want to? You were narrating, I think, a number of aspects of the habitat context based on your RIC2 analysis, etc.
I think we've covered everything.
We've covered everything.
Other than to say that as the unnamed tributary moves down towards the Cameron Burn confluence, the habitat also improves. So we see an increase in biological scores as both a result of dilution and improvement in habitat.
Maybe you could just explain, I mean, I know there will be an answer to this, but in one sense it probably feels a little bit superficially contradictory to say that as the water flow moves further away and there are a larger numbers of other potential stressors, the results still improve. Because you might have thought if there was other stressors, then the results would get worse in consequence of the other stressors. So I just wondered whether you could run through that.
I think the concentration of stressors is at WPG, where we have all of the other sources
Yeah.
coming in.
So the maximum stressors, number of stressors, the breaking yard, the consequences of the wastewater treatment works.
Water treatment works.
If I may.
So it gets worse at that point. Yeah, of course.
Thought you'd paused.
No, good, please do.
I think we've already indicated that WPG is within the mixing zone at that point of other influences. So there, that might be an unrepresentative sampling point in that instance. That's what Kate has indicated in the past. So to draw comparisons between WPB and WPG is unreasonable because that's within the mixing zone.
Well, can I?
Unrepresentative.
Is it possible to?
Yes,
add to that?
absolutely. Yeah.
I noted that SEPA did sample a bit further downstream, and that would be site 7, I believe, which scores worse than.
Where's that about?
And that would be, I imagine that's approximately 900 metres, so a kilometre further downstream.
Beyond, yeah.
I did not sample that point myself, but it
That's
just shows that water quality is beyond the mixing zone, if that's what we're talking about, but it's still scored worse. And it wasn't further investigated as to the cause.
So I don't think there's anything that's before me in relation to that. Okay, right, thank you. Yeah, right. Yeah, and that my question there was really in relation to section 4.6 of the various stressors. I wonder whether I could ask a couple of questions, primarily of FCC, maybe about stressors. I think I had as on item 14 of the agenda, alternative source of pollutions, environmental variables. But I just would be useful just to get a kind of a sense of the concerns FCC have, or the doubts that are being raised on the other stressors and the other causes that are there. And I don't know if you are qualified to say, in terms of, let's start with wastewater treatment works, what the sample that was taken from WPB and referred to in SEPA 21 showed that there's very high levels of things like phosphorus and cadmium and various, chromium, chromium, nickel and the like. I don't know an awful lot about the sorts of pollutants you tend to get from a wastewater treatment works. But would it be your understanding that things like ammonia and phosphorus, chromium and dissolved nickel are the sorts of things you might expect to get from a wastewater treatment plant?
Only organic pollutants, I'm talking about ammonia, as opposed to levels of metals, so we're talking about ammoniac nitrogen would be the main.
And the similar question arose is in relation to fly tipping and perhaps the car breaker's yard and the like. And I did note, I'll just say, because it's something I spotted, in the reports there were various photographs of the various discharge points, and looking at particular WPB, there were upstream and downstream photographs are part of the various reports. I couldn't see any overt signs of fly tipping in those photographs, and that's not to say they're not there, and I think you've clarified most of the fly tipping is around WPG in all of that. But I suppose my other question, and you do address it in paragraph 19 of your precognition, the other question that was in my mind as to the nature of fly tipping and the extent to which that litter and fly tipping, again, my same question, I guess, is whether you think that fly tipping is going to give rise to higher levels of things like phosphorus and chromium and nickel.
I would say until.
Do you know anything? I know you do. You're not an expert in this particular area, but do you know anything about, or can you say anything about the extent?
Potentially, there could be hazardous substances. There could be metals input
There's
as a
metal.
result of fly tipping. It just has not been investigated fully to determine.
You're not saying it is, but HQC saying it's not been investigated to determine that. And I can certainly see some types of fly tipping of things that could give rise to that sort of those sort of issues. And I think you mentioned specifically chemical drums. On the bank at paragraph 19 of your statement, but it just has struck me that it was immediately obvious to me that fly tipping in itself would result in phosphorus entering into the ground.
No.
So I think that this is all anecdotal. We would have to have evidence of what those. I don't think we can rely on.
I'm just asking whether this happens.
Yeah.
No, I too had some questions in my mind as to how likely, in this kind of cob in a garden sense of fly tipping, is to give rise to these things. But yeah, I appreciate you're not leading evidence in that respect. You don't.
There, but it would need.
It's again the potential. So, yes, Kate.
We did look at whether it was likely to be impacting on the ecology of those sites. We did see it there on several occasions.
How was that investigated further?
Well, I think we had people looking at the runoff from that vehicle yard up the top, but there was none.
That would come into compliance issues for other sites. So
we could see it wasn't reaching the river, and if it had been, it would have been a one-off spill, whereas this is chronic pollution over many years.
I think one of the questions I did ask last time round, and it was why I asked this morning about the wastewater treatment works, is whether there were any other regulated sites in the vicinity. I thought the answer was no, but I'd imagine that wastewater treatment works would be a regulated site.
But fly tipping, if we're talking about.
No, fly tipping, obviously, legal, it's not regulated. So that's why I did ask the question, that recognising that differentiation. I think I distinction between three sets of potential causes, one of which are, if you like, legitimate causes regulated by SEPA. And a wastewater treatment works be one of them. The other is a legitimate source, and it's farmers is the other one, where you wouldn't normally expect that a farming source would be regulated by SEPA, but nevertheless the use of phosphates and phosphorus, I don't know if organic phosphates are still used, probably not these days, but that's a legitimate use, but not regulated by SEPA. And the third category is the fly tipping, which is obviously an unregulated use.
Just to clarify there, that would be regulated by SEPA in terms of if it's impacting the water course. Yes,
So
that.
still
And the key thing here is, again, that ecology data would pick that up, ecology sampling. Kate has looked at all these multiple stressors, and the conclusions reached is still that it is the treated leachate effluent that is the main.
But perhaps to clarify my question, yes, you regulate everything that goes into a water course, but in contrast to FCC, who require a permit to do what they're doing, would a farmer require a permit?
There would be different levels of authorisation that would apply there.
So there might be an authorisation process.
That would be a discharge to a water course. So there's general binding, or what was previously general binding rules that would apply there that we would look at.
But there's certainly nothing before me in any sort of detail as to what SEPA have done or are doing in relation to other parties or bodies that are regulated.
No, on the other side of the coin, there's nothing in the evidence before you that suggests that those are stressors that have impacted it.
And one of the things,
again, it's the distance that we're looking at from. It's what is that? The ecology evidence is showing still what that main stressor is, which is the treated leachate discharge. So.
Because it was one of the things that was in my mind, and I'm not talking about WPB, but I'm talking about the SEPA sampling point. Next to that is what I had taken from the site visit is that there's at least some potential for some of the readings that are taken to the SEPA site next to WPB and a river, that unnamed tributary that flows from wherever it flows. And I think there's potentially more than one tributary that goes into that, which would lead to sampling being taken, and it was at least suggested that farmers could be contributing to.
That's quite a lot. That's further down the unnamed tributary from the both WPB and sampling point 601, 612.
So the farmland, if I can hold this round this way, so is the farmland on the other side? Is it the name of the road, Drumgrey? So are the farms here on this side, or are the farms in the upland areas on the same side? I think the water flows this direction.
They would all be I don't know where the farmland is, I can't actually say,
I'm
but,
not sure
but
if there is
obviously
farmland. I was just thinking because
we don't even know that there is farmland there, so
I think it was suggesting the site visit there was. My question would be if there is farmland,
it's not upstream of that point, certainly. There's nothing upstream, it's.
that's ahead of upstream. That's my question, because if it's upstream, then things that are coming from farms could be contributing to the stores that are.
There's certainly nothing upstream. I can't say for certain what the position is downstream, but that's.
You may or may not know.
To add to that,
The site visit might be
there
good.
is quite a lot of agricultural inputs downstream of that point, which then calls into question how WPG is then still affected by just toxic metal leaching.
If I may also just add that SEPA have undertaken chemistry monitoring along the unnamed tributary at the Cameron Burn down to the Lilly Water, and you can see the variability in the concentrations of phosphorus and metals. And actually there's a reduction after the sewage treatment works of metals concentrations in comparison to just upstream of the sewage treatment works, which is just, so it's basically that point in between the sewage treatment works discharge and the confluence with the Cameron Burn and the unnamed tributary. There's a high concentration at that point, and then downstream of the sewage treatment works there's a lower concentration. So, you know, that load from the discharge from the sewage treatment works is actually reducing the metals concentrations that we're seeing from the entire stretch of the unnamed tributary. So it's just, I guess, you know, there's layers of evidence here, both from the ecology and chemistry, that is all pertinent and relevant to this case. And, you know, our chemical assessment point, as is in the report, is at WPB, but we do have evidence further down to show the extent of impact needed, and it's not just the ecology data that's relevant.
Well, I mean, absolutely. We did touch on this a little bit, and I think we got some questions answered in this respect, but it may be that people want to say something more in closing submissions, is that where there are multiple contributors to high levels of pollution, unacceptable levels of pollution that fail to meet EQS, how they go about setting the standards on any one contributor towards all of that. I don't want to reopen what we talked about before to too great an extent.
I think that's what we talked about at the last hearing.
And is that
reference
relationship?
in our guidance that obviously we would look at if there was anything upstream, because we're taking that point, and if there was something upstream, we would have to obviously look at what are the contributions there. But in this case, we've not got anything upstream. It's coming from this discharge.
So that's the point that's being made. So I think that's we did have the discussion last time, and that was the issue. And the question is both how, in policy terms, you address that, and the related question of how then do you effectively treat, if there were multiple contributors, assuming there are those you can actually take action against, how then you can you achieve a fair and proportionate contribution from one contributor when there might be a series of others, which could include illegal.
Absolutely, and we did talk about that. We would have to look at that if that was the case. This is not the case here, so we've not had to do that.
Okay, right, thank you. Right, back to ecology evidence, and take us to the next place.
So I think we've covered sort of the attribution of stresses. I think, again, to do a full and proper investigation into the attribution of stresses, you would probably want to include something like wet weather sampling as part of the chemical analysis in conjunction with ecology sampling. And in order to fully delineate where they say, oh, it's not fully mixed, you would want to do different cross-sectional samples. So taking microinvertebrate samples from one bank, the centre of the channel, and then the other bank, to see if there is a difference in the community and see if the water is fully mixed at that point. So without this information, I don't think those conclusions.
That's what your
Can I say,
position is, yeah, okay.
I did take a sample at point F, which is the one that I'm saying is in the mixing zone. And I could clearly see that the water was not mixed at that point, and the invertebrates on the one bank were indicating better water quality than the other bank. Unfortunately, I didn't record that, but I didn't realise it would come up because I just moved my site out of the mixing zone.
Without that evidence to interpret, I'm not able
Just
to
move your site out of the mixing zone.
No, I get the point. There's a disagreement as to whether something in the mixing zone was appropriate.
I think again that's following our procedures, SEPA's procedures, as Kate has said. We would take the sample out with the mixing zone, and that is in our procedures. That's the way to do it. So,
Right. I'm thinking now as to where best to go next in terms of your evidence. I'm keen to give you the chance to explain under reference to your precognition as fully as you can, as fully as you wish to, the various topics that are identified. I'd taken right or wrong and put on the agenda a number of aspects of things, so basically 9 through to 12. All kinds of sampling points I think there, and also mentioned diatop analysis. I was going to ask you to explain diatop analysis to me, but I suppose before doing that, my question is, do you want to go through items 9 to 12? Maybe not 12 so much that we've covered, but 9, 10 and 11 to say anything further, lead me through anything further in terms of the evidence.
I
want to draw on.
would probably like to circle back to the seasonality
Okay.
element and make it clear that it is important to take spring and autumn samples of the same year. It's in the guidance, it literally states that the samples from the same element must always be collected in the same seasons to avoid natural seasonal effects from influencing the monitoring results.
That's paragraphs 33 and 34, I think. Of your statement. The SEPA. You've addressed that at 5.8. I don't know if you want to say anything more about the seasonal.
Well, if the implication is that my samples were taken in the wrong seasons, I did most of them in the spring and autumn, and I've got an extra one that was done in the winter. That's what you're meaning to say.
Just to go back to that would be that some sites were sampled in spring and then different sites were sampled in autumn, so there isn't the consistent time series across the same sites. So
No, I wasn't going for a consistent time series. I was looking at how the river was at that time. Until something's been changed about the river, there's no point in keep going back to the same site. It's just a bit inefficient to just go back to the site where you know that it was polluted then and nothing's been changed, so it's likely to be polluted now. So instead you use your resource and look at whether a different stressor could be influencing the site, like the sewage works, for example.
but without, so I point to your investigation where you look at specifically WPG, for example, but you don't use a comparative reference site in that investigation. So how can you see what the reference conditions are doing at that time of year?
I did use a reference site. I used a site that was upstream of the sewage works, which is normally what you do. You would monitor upstream and downstream of the sewage works. But unfortunately, the upstream point was contaminated already with your leachate, so I couldn't get a good indication of how the sewage work was because of the pollution that was already coming from the leachate pump.
So I then point to where you say you would then just move your site. Why did you then not just go back to the original reference site?
so I think this
I
comes
didn't
back
need to. I was monitoring the sewage works.
Yeah, I think this comes back to the purpose of the sampling, and certainly looking at Guy Austin's precognition. There's lots of references to about doing that repeat sampling on exactly the same site over a period of time. But again, that would be where we were doing an investigation, where we were looking at enforcement. We were like, obviously we would go to back here. We're not. This is a different purpose. This sampling.
On that point, because we're not talking about pollution incident, we're not talking of classification. I think you said that what you would look to go where the factors were different. Seasonality not really being terribly relevant in your view to all of that, but that where there was a reason to think that you might get a different result because factors are different. Can I just ask you how you would know to go and do a sample? How would you identify a circumstance where the factors are potentially different that would make you then say, oh, I must look at site X, because although I've looked at that site before, I think there might be different factors. What are those different factors, and what would trigger that in your mind to go and look at those different factors?
For example, if once the leachate has been treated to the higher standard, we'll go back and see whether there's been an improvement in the ecology of the water body. Or for
Perhaps
example,
it's worth explaining just in terms of your sampling programme and catchment and like.
yeah, I mean,
This all came from that initial sampling programme and the wider catchment that they were looking at.
I know that there was a move to a different system as well.
water treatment works was on just my sampling list for that year. Although I may have implied, I didn't actually go to the water treatment works to monitor the leachate plant. I was just monitoring the water treatment works.
So these are
Which happens to
drawn
be-
up on an annual basis, aren't they? They're sampling, that's all agreed in advance. SEPA sets that out for the year, what your sampling is going to be, where you're going to go. So it's not that actually there's specific other factors. That's already taken into account when you're looking at drawing up your sampling plan for the year.
But can I jump in there?
Yeah.
Because you specifically referenced that in that particular investigation, the effects of the water treatment works are masked by the LTP discharge, but you didn't actually monitor the LTP discharge, so how can you
I did
determine
effectively because I was at WPG, upstream of the sewage works and downstream of the leachate treatment plant. So by just being at that site, I was effectively monitoring the leachate treatment plant at WP, the one that I call ENVE-003 bridge, which is sort of downstream of where you've got point F. So it was effectively monitoring the leachate treatment plant.
But without all of those points in between, how can you tell that it's the
From
LTP that you're getting a signal
taxa list,
from?
Rachel, from the list of taxa that's there. You know that downstream of the sewage works, you get taxa that, thrive in sewage works effluent. They just weren't there. Normally, if you're monitoring the water treatment works downstream of it, you would see increases in, like high numbers of B to D, lots of mayflies and other things that like the slightly deoxygenated and nutrient-enriched water that comes out of sewage works. They're not there. The invertebrates were there, indicate that there's metals pollution.
But then the chemical analysis shows that the metals are actually decreased by that point. So it's
Yeah,
not
but they're still showing up in the ecology. The metals are still high. They've decreased slightly, but they're still high. They're still exceeding.
I think from my species level analysis, you can see that the community is consistent with a nutrient pressure from water treatment works, leaches.
I agree, there is a nutrient pressure there, but there's also a leachate treatment plant pressure. There's no B to D downstream of the sewage works.
So to bring in the diatom analysis, which show different effects of different pollutants, that's why I chose diatom.
Is that what diatom is effectively about?
The main use is nutrient pressure. That's what the trophic diatom index is measuring for. But if you drill down into the species level data, you can pick up whether there are any metal sensitive taxa or metal tolerant taxa. And what we were seeing was we had low numbers of metal tolerant taxa. So that like to live in metal dominated environments. Actually, we had metal sensitive taxa throughout the environment. And they were
Just to again, it shows low numbers of taxa who thrive
in sort of
in a high
environments that there are metals from
high.
or what we were actually seeing was we were finding natural background concentrations and WPH.
You weren't finding that, and
wasn't finding that in the diatom data.
Your view is that, but the fact you weren't finding, and you might expect to find animals or invertebrates of that nature, that would tend to suggest the level of pollution is.
So I know in the reports they sort of concentrate on the lack of metal-loving diatoms, but I want to add to that there was metal-sensitive taxa present as well. So we got both.
It's both.
Yes.
So if we can come back on that.
Well, I'll just write it down first of all. Okay, yeah.
SEPA didn't carry out biology analysis, so and I think as Ms Mackay-Austin has put in her statements and recognition, it's used to detect nutrient enrichment, not when monitoring landfill leachate. But Kate can say more on that.
Which is why I didn't include it in the FCC document, because I wanted to use directly comparable data. But
I'm not sure if it's relevant really to go into a lot of detail to understand diatom analysis.
Would you like to explain about the alkalinities? Because to me it looks like all the samples that you took were over the threshold.
so they're naturally they have to be calibrated to 250 milligrams because of the high alkalinity in the catchment. But the Dalek tool is calibrated for that, so it puts it within the context of higher alkalinity environments.
It pretends that the receiving water is of lower alkalinity than it is.
No, I mean those are caveated in the data, so that is explained with the Dalek.
I think the normal limits for diatom growth are about 250 milligrams of alkalinity, and we're getting well over 1,000, it's like several hundred at some point. So
I think the key point was that from Ms Mackay-Austin's own conclusions was that the diatom analysis was not relevant here.
No, I would say not relevant. It just needs to be investigated in within the context of all those caveating
So is
factors.
that part of the wider?
Part of the wider picture, because by looking at the individual percentages of the diatom type, so we have percentages of saline loving, percentages of organic tolerant, for example, percentage of motile, it gives a better understanding of what the community is acting on.
You see, decides what the community is acting on. Does that mean responding to the consequences of?
Yeah. Again, it's looking at organic pollution. I understand.
yeah, and nutrient enrichment.
Which has been identified, but is useful again to track that amelioration between WPB and WPD, which is shown in the diatom data. But I won't go into detail on the diatoms.
That's all fine. Backside sampling. Does that cover those various issues, or the things that I put under the general heading of suggested flaws in SEPA sampling and diatom analysis? We've spoken about alternative sources of pollution. Just to look at what you say about inconsistencies of data and methodologies, and that's different. This is paragraph 27 to 32. That's obviously different from inadequacies of data gathering through not doing what you did, and that was going especially regularly and different levels of seasonality. So, is there anything else that you want to say that you haven't said already about the suggested inconsistencies? This is paragraph 27. You mention it in. The methodology of biological water monitoring, you say at 27 to 29 there's an inconsistency, and then you mention limitations of the SEPA methodology at 30 to 32.
So
In fact, just the lab sampling.
yes, we have something, and sort of the level of taxonomic resolution, which gives you more data, not just sort of an overall picture of what families are present. It's the individual species which have their own individual tolerances to different substances in the environment.
Is there anything else you want to more say about that?
Oh, I was just going to say that the tax on resolution that we use is fine, the family level. We don't really need any additional data or lab generated data because the bankside data was so clear and it shows pollution stream of a landfill site, and that's backed up by the chemical data.
And it's just bringing back to that level of quality. We don't need to do a hugely detailed investigation to trigger a permit review from an ecology point of view. It's just, is there an impact on a water body, and therefore we can trigger the chemical investigation, and then that's then what determines the review of the permit conditions. So it's not, I recognise that in a perfect scenario with lots and lots of resources, we would do an extremely thorough investigation. But in this instance, what we were trying to understand is there a potential impact here on the ecology, an impact identified, and then following that up with chemical investigation and then a review of the permit. So it's about using our resource to best effect for the activities that we're doing as.
So
we did hear a bit,
just to add that, it's been put in the agenda as suggested flaws. These are not flaws in SEPA's methodologies. We've been following our methodologies and our processes, and it's just what is appropriate for what was the purpose of that sampling.
I mean, we haven't touched on Mr. Martin's recognition at all so far, but there was a thing that caught my eye in that, and I think we've probably covered quite a lot of this just now, but paragraph 28, you were talking about the ecology to identify as part of the variation, and that the ecology of the water is immediately downstream of the site will not change significantly as a result of meeting the criteria in the permit, as the nature of the environment is such as not to be supportive of a wide range or large quality of invertebrates or larger fauna. And the question that came to my mind, I think I've probably heard answers in this to a degree, is just to understand what's really meant by that. When I've been on site, and I'm no expert, it's a fairly remote part of the central Scotland countryside, and you might not necessarily expect a huge variety of fauna that are there. But I suppose my question is, and I ask this of Mr. Martin because he's lived this site for however long he's been the manager there, as to whether this is simply a consequence of the fact that that's just what that area is like. Because one of the kind of the questions that come to mind is whether the low variety of range of fauna could be caused by the existence of the site. So it's, in other words, it's the sort of cause and effect. So I suppose just to get a kind of sense from his perspective, are you saying that this would have a low variety of larger fauna anyway, even if this site wasn't in place?
Okay, so my view, and again, I can say more specifically, it's a poor neighbourhood for ecology. The water volume is very, very much because of the rain or lack of rain. Stresses include runoff from the roads, which will also include metals. There's potentially over discharges in that area, such as the mine waters. I'm not sure the iron discharge mentioned, I'm not sure where that came from. So there's other discharges in the area. Right? You have the sewage works further down, right, which doesn't count the first bit. We've focused on point D. If we were actually to go further back towards B, would we have found the impact had changed earlier than D? Is it 1.6 kilometres or is it less? But generally, the environment there is, some days it's very hot and there's no water or little water. During the summer, the only water may be treated effluent from our plant, which is a biological plant with a reed bed, which is a nice environment for biota.
Okay.
So overall, I live in Barnsley. I'm in an highland area, highland upland area, not quite the same as Scotland. We have mine waters. All the water in the area is brown. It's got high iron content, high organic content. It's not particularly good. Further down, it gets much better. And I'm looking at, on a non-technical figure, saying this is always going to be a poor area. And if I was to do all the improvement on the water quality, we may see no difference. Because it's a bad neighbourhood. Sorry, a poor neighbourhood.
That's what I wanted to get from your lived experience.
In very simple.
Very simple terms. So the kind of the absence of variety of fauna in that area, you would say, should not be attributed or should not automatically be attributed to the existence of the landfill site. It would, if the landfill site wasn't there.
If you remember, one of the things we offered earlier on was, could we do some work on our part of the channel to make it more a better neighbourhood? Right. You know, that's an area we can impact on, it's on our curtilage.
Yeah. And that's part of the correspondence with Aisha, I think it is, that was discussed. Okay, no, that's helpful. I wanted to bring that in because I know we've focused on other preconditions and not specifically on you.
Are you able to come back on that?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I think it's useful to hear the ecology expert.
Absolutely, and indeed. Okay, so Kate?
Well, there's no reason why the ditch shouldn't support a better fauna if it's got clean water in it and the sediment is clean. And we've got road runoff in all our rivers and we don't see invertebrate scores that are that low. We've got agricultural pollution everywhere. We don't see that, you know, this level of impact on the ecology. The fact that you're saying improves downstream is a shame. You basically then you're taking Scotland's water to dilute your effluent, and that's not really a thing. You can't just use the natural environment to improve effluent quality. The thing I would say is that there might be a delay in the recovery if when the changes because it's sitting in the river and it's probably in amongst the sediment at the moment. But the point is it will be diluted as it moves downstream, and if you stop putting in more toxic metals, then water quality will improve and the fauna will respond.
If I may add, in addition, from the chemistry point of view, we've monitored, which is in effect, it's close to WPH, which is upstream of the confluence with the unnamed tributary in the Cameron Burn. That's the kind of only, or one of the only viable upstreams that we were able to get. We also sampled the North Calder water from a chemistry point of view to understand the levels that were found in addition to the ecology and the level of metals, despite those, certainly the WPH point being beside a road, the level of metals are significantly lower than on any stretch of the unnamed tributary or even the Cameron Burn in terms of what we're observing. So just we do have reference points of what is generally the natural environment, albeit it's not further up the hill, but it is the general environment of what we would, you know, likely see within the locality, and it has there are some ammonia and elevated ammonia and BOD results, but not above EQS on that unnamed tributary, and the level of phosphorus and metals are well below the EQS. That's kind of acting as a background concentration of what would naturally be there in that environment if the landfill wasn't there, or indeed the sewage treatment works.
From an ecology perspective, Kate does reference this in her preparation itself, is the North Calder water can't be compared with WPV. It's an entirely different watercourse. Hydromorphologically, we're talking about a large watercourse compared with a road ditch. So the ecologies can't be compared.
So maybe I misunderstood. I don't think she was comparing. I think that she was giving an example of saying that might have been thought as being an alternative upstream control point instead of WPH, but was suggested that wasn't done. So it may well be that you're saying the same thing.
Okay, that's fine.
As I understood it, but it could be that's wrong.
Perhaps does Ms Maguire-Austin have a view on the ability for it to recover and support?
I think it would need further habitat restoration measures and I would ask, what are we measuring it against if it's not a WFT classification? Would there be a taxa list that you would want to see at WPB, in which case we could tailor the programmes, which at early discussions, FCC was very keen to put those in place. It might even include, putting the meanders back in, or additional macrophyte or bio rafts that you can put in place to increase the macrophyte diversity in that habitat. So I'm sure
The removal of the leachate.
Yeah, would be the thing.
might not be enough to bring it up to whatever standard that we're talking about, whether that's good WFT classification. I don't know.
We're not talking about classification, we're talking about EQS, yeah.
Okay. Right. Thinking of where we are in terms of the agenda, where next week we look to go. Thinking of time actually here just now as to whether it might be if we're potentially now moving on to various other items. I know that there's the question of the comparison of the most recent sites, and Michael's going to speak about that, and some questions about the EQS that I have. We could maybe address the what I'm to make of the academic papers, and how where I need to go from that, and possibly do that, then break for lunch and come back then and deal with the remaining issues. But I know that the witnesses to the document specifically talk about the documents 37 to 41. I'm not ahead of today considered them, because I was hoping that they were going to be relevant to today's session. The relevant paragraphs could be identified, but I guess, I suppose, mainly from the FCC point of view, if there's any guidance as to what I should do in relation to those papers.
They would be just supplementary information that are referenced in the report, but they are summarised in the appendices when we talk about the indexes. So you do not need to specifically read.
Yeah. But
As I understand it, they're effectively to show the workings, as it were, and to
show the
vouch.
workings, yes, okay. So they remain as examination documents then.
Indeed.
That's fine.
But
Then.
unless the approach which Mrs. Mackay-Austin has taken in particular is challenged or is not vouched by the science, it's there for information on
It's
it.
there
Yes.
for
But it was there to, in effect, to bolster up the opinion, to show the, as I say, the workings underlying this.
And in relation to SEPA, I didn't give you an opportunity specifically to sort of talk in terms of any bits of those papers that you wanted to address me on, but I'm assuming, because you haven't indicated, that there's none that come to mind. But
They mainly support the conclusion that the sites are polluted. I think the one about sedimentation, is it FCC 41 Turley et al. Gives a whole list of vertebrate taxa that can tolerate sedimentation. So if you read that, you'll see that it concludes that the sedimentation isn't the main pressure at the site B. I didn't feel I needed to include any scientific paper because all of the results show the pollution. I'm not contesting any of their results or anything. All of our results show that there's pollution. The attribution
interpretation.
As part of our regular consultancy outputs, we output all of these indexes to provide as much information as possible. I would caution making conclusions that it's solely pollution when we do see a strong sediment signal throughout.
So I'm sensing there's
Yeah.
a difference in view of on the significance of the sedimentation. Okay, right. Well, I'm going to suggest that we take a break. Whether we want to come back at 2 o'clock, since we're just approaching to 1 o'clock just now, and it can give some thought then as to where we're going. I think we are set for a session to 4 o'clock this afternoon, and I'm not anticipating that we should need any time beyond that, the way we're working through the agenda, but Hardy's could think about that over lunch, and we can think of next steps beyond that, so I'll break now till 2 o'clock. afternoon session. Finished the run through, I think, to FCC 35. I think probably, which may end up finishing the substantive evidence from Rachel to look at FCC 36. But also I'd like to cross-reference the FCC 46 and mayflies, which I was referred to yesterday, and information that's contained in that. I think now the FCC 46 is the email chain data are starting from today, 25th of August 2022, and that references seasonality, mayflies, etc. Mayflies are also mentioned. So again, just take us through that, and see the key 46.
So with reference to specifically not finding mayflies at the sites in December, where they're found at plenty of other sites in North Lanarkshire in December, without those data sets from those other North Lanarkshire sites, we can't directly compare. But notwithstanding that, our data does show that they are present. So, for example, we found small mayfly species, in particular Batis atlanticus were present at WPG, WPF and WPC.
So I'll put that down, WPF.
WPG and WPC.
See, thank you.
So it's not a controlled inference and does not logically exclude seasonal confounding. So back to the seasonality issue again. As the winter presence of certain mayfly species varies by habitat type, flow, disturbance. Batids, for example, in winter, because they're a univoltine species, they're in their first instar stage, so that's the numbers of molts that they go through. So they'll be between 1 millimetre and 5 millimetres at that stage, and they'll be very sluggish. Also, some mayflies bury down into what's called the hypereic zone, so that's the bit just below the bed. So it's why winter samples are not, cannot really be relied upon to make that assertion that mayflies are present at that time. I think that covers what we want to say about.
Yeah, about that.
Shall I say?
Mayflies?
Yeah, 5 millimetres, you would see that in the field if it was there. There's smaller ones, but in normal sites in North Lanarkshire, you would get hundreds of mayflies, and I think we found them at G or wherever the other sites were, but in like very low numbers. And it's not only in the winter that they weren't there. I mean, I think Rachel seems to be imagining, if you've put the words midwinter, as if I was there in some like bleak, frozen Narnia scenario, but it was just a normal day in December when the mayflies would be in the river. If they were there, you would see them. It wasn't frozen or very cold. December was just normal temperatures.
And is this particular December? Is this is
I think
December
you were meaning the sample that I took in December 19.
I'm assuming that's the FCC 36 is a SEPA document.
Yeah, it was taken in the spring and autumn, so I presume that's the one.
I'm just directly referencing where you say that you find plenty of other mayflies at other sites in North Lanarkshire, but we haven't got those other data sets in order to directly compare what the environmental conditions are like at those sites to make that.
I just wonder where you think they might go for the month of December, because they're in the river all year round. They sort of breed and hatch out in autumn, and they're there. So they don't like go away and reappear in spring.
But it cannot be understated that if you're spending 5 to 20 minutes at the bankside, that some may be missed. There is a risk that they may be missed.
Well, I don't know where you got those figures from, because mine said 15 to 30 minutes, but forgot what I wrote now, but it was definitely more than that.
I'm just referencing the individual bankside sheets.
Yeah, no, and you've written it in some part of this agenda, I think, yeah. Whereas I've got, mine says, I can't remember at which point you made that statement, but anyway, oh yeah, you've put I've written, I'm not sure where the 5 to 20 minutes values come from. My data sheets show I spent 10 to 30 minutes doing the analysis. And also, as explained in my reports, the time spent doing the analysis is taken into account when interpreting the results. If I thought I'd missed a lot of mayflies, then I would have spent longer looking at it.
Can you have 100% confidence that you haven't missed anything?
Well, probably not, no. I'm sure you wouldn't expect 100% confidence in anything where ecology is concerned.
Exactly. I think we're in agreement in that.
Can I ask on FCC 36, the page that's been referenced here, is page 5, there's a table 2, the results from Bankside analysed invertebrate samples. I noticed there that the score that's used is, and this is from 2019, a BMWP score. I'd understood from earlier on that the WHPT had replaced that. I think 2014 was mentioned, but I may be misremembering that. So I'm wondering whether there was an alternative score that could go into that table, or should be put into that table if the WHPT.
This is covered with the tables that I included in FCC 35, where I've gone back to the individual bankside.
Yes, it says in N35, so you've gone through the figures there.
Recalculated.
Okay, so if I can find them, but that's fine. Or you're curious as to the use of BMWP in light of the evidence?
I think just because that's the CEPA methodology has referenced BMWP, and that's what the operational procedure dictates, but we should be moving to WHPT.
And that is in FCC 35, you see?
It is.
That's fine.
Well, at that point, we were only using BMWP. The CEPA hadn't moved over to the WHPT
I see.
at that point.
But then further to that, in the statutory guidance, WHPT is not should not really be used on solely bankside level data.
We always use it. I think we get reliable results from it, and the results showed that there's pollution there, the same as your results showed that there's pollution there. So I think quibbling about the methods is kind of secondary to what the results actually show.
But I would say that the methodology that's being adopted has not produced enough data in order to conclusively say that it's polluted. Ecology is through from.
Ours shows it's polluted, and your results show it's polluted.
It's enough for CEPA to act on that, and then
It may well be
procedures
I mean, it's possible that issue as to whether there's an acceptance of a degree of pollution, but a different level, that may come into some of the other questions of the comparable matrix against which you decide, or it can be decided that action is required to be taken. I'm going to come to that a bit later on in one of the questions I want to ask about the use of chemical data versus the use of ecology data. But if it's accepted that there is a degree of pollution, I think it is. The question then is, well, there's two questions. One of which is whether that justifies action, and the second is whether, as your suggestion, more information, even despite that, more information is needed before action is justified.
There is a more nuanced picture that arises.
Okay. Unless there's anything else you wanted to say further in relation to your evidence.
I think we've covered the email. It was just to make sure that the contradictions in the email chain being understood, because at one point the amelioration across the unnamed tributary was identified, and there was an agreement in an improvement in the taxon richness, and then a couple of months later it was claimed that there was no amelioration.
And that's all contained in that email.
That's contained in the document.
Okay, that's it. Excuse me, 46. Thank you. I was going to give Rebecca opportunity now to move on. I try to spot in the sun.
I think at the last hearing you had identified, or I think there'd been some discussion about the
Most up-to-date readings, yes.
document, yeah, so it's document 23.
SEPA document 23. And
How that tied in
reference
with-
there to some no data, and it simply was an objective observation. There was no data and nothing else. But then there were quarterly readings for the first 3 quarters of 2025 as FCC 44, 45 and 46.
Yeah.
And I was taken through a means in which the NDs could be explained or could be understood by reading all those documents together. And the important thing for that was to direct me to the correct tab at the bottom of them, which helped enormously in knowing, because otherwise I was just faced with lots of tabs of things.
As we clarified, it wasn't
And
the data.
yeah, that is it,
No
absolutely.
requirement for the data. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I think you would perhaps, I suppose I wasn't clear if all your queries about that had been cleared up, or if it would be of assistance to, for example, in the SEPA document 23 for the 14th of January 2025, where those readings for ammoniacal nitrogen, BOD, reactive phosphorus, dissolved nickel and dissolved chromium, where they are in the spreadsheets, if that would assist to kind of take you through those.
I think there's 3 questions that were in my mind. Given that we've been looking at quite a lot of quite historical stuff, and some of them is nearly as old as 6 years in terms of the information, it was just to reassure me the assumption I'm making. Otherwise, why are we here? The assumption I'm making that even though the figures may not be identical, the figures that you can see from SEPA 23 read with the more recent sampling for FCC still shows there is a degree of pollution. How you interpret that and whether what can be done about that is another issue. But I want it to be clear, because if the position is that, especially if the Greek position is that the levels just now do not disclose levels of pollution in breach of EQS, that raises a whole sort of different series of questions as to how we take things forward. So it was just to understand that these figures, they don't represent a kind of a significant change that takes you from failure to comply with the EQS into compliance. So that's the kind of question one. That's the sort of fundamental point, effectively. I have 2 other questions, but that's one of them.
Well, then I'm probably not the person to be able to speak to that, because that is not, I was simply going to point out that.
I know you're not speaking to the bank, but as I say, I mean,
We can perhaps assist
yes,
as Olivia's done that analysis.
So I've had a look back at the FCC submissions since prior to 2020. So we have some data from 2019 from the Colmar report and annual monitoring report submissions. Up to 2025, so it's data from the discharge.
So it's a discharge point.
Yeah.
So it still represents a breach in your view.
There is no significant trend, as in upward or downward trend, over that period of time. So the data there is some fluctuation, but broadly consistent. So the concentrations haven't significantly changed over that period. We have some, there wasn't any environmental monitoring data for possibly chromium and nickel, as far as I understand, for the environment downstream of the landfill provided by FCC. But we obviously have the 2020 data from the investigation, and then SEPA have undertaken the data, or the monitoring in the environment in 2024-25, which was SEPA document 22. And that shows that there is still an EQS breach, basically, at that point downstream of the of the landfill.
That's fine. And you've answered my second question, which was just to think in terms of whether the exceedances that are arising in the breach of the EQS, whether there's a discernible trend. And you say they do fluctuate, but no, there's not. And I'm really interested in that is if it was a discernible trend towards improvement, even if there's still a breach, it's still a move towards improvement, then that lends support to the idea that it might be premature to take action, that there's maybe something's happening which is improving the quality. And then, if that was the case, I'd then turn to you and ask on this side what that thing is. So I was trying to just be clear as to whether there's any suggestion of a kind of an improvement trend. I think you're indicating not.
Well, so we have a long-term or a reasonably long-term data set for the discharge itself. We do not have a long-term data set for this environment.
The environment, not
in where the
indeed.
EQS assessment would be assessed. However, the data from 2025 shows broadly the same picture as was found in 2020. And because the discharge data hasn't significantly changed, we can, loosely assume that there's no significant improvement, either, increase or decrease in a trend in the environment over that period of time. We have data from 2020 and 2025, and that shows there is a significant impact at the same level, basically.
So I then go then to this side for whether that's something that is a common understanding, and if there is a sense, and look to Mr. Martin for this one, if there is a sense that you think things are in fact getting better, then you could say so, and if you do think things are improving, what's driving that improvement? But it may well be that there is no trend.
I can't see I can't see a trend. I haven't got the data, but from our side, our discharge will not have changed significantly during that period of time. Whether anything else has changed, positive or negative, in a wider environment, I can't speak for.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. You can speak only for your own side.
So in terms of we have no changes to our process. We are doing more monitoring now because we're now required to. But there's nothing fundamentally we've done.
Right, thank you. And the other question which I tried to express earlier on, not very clearly, is that I didn't find the data in SEPA 23 and FCC 44, 45, 46. When you look at that in terms of the exceedances that were recorded in the Colmart summary report, it didn't look as if they were the same. They were comparable. I'm just wondering if there is an explanation as to how they relate to each other. If indeed you do relate to each other, maybe they don't. Maybe they're just completely different, non-comparable figures. Again,
yeah. So I'm not sure what exceedances you're referencing. If it's the exceedances identified in Table 3.
yes.
Okay. So Table 3 is the data in the environment. So the Cameron Burn and the Louis Water data.
Right. Okay.
So, but the data that was submitted by FCC is the discharge data.
Right. Okay.
So-
yeah, that makes sense.
So that's the kind of the raw. Well, no, it's not raw. It's the treated discharge coming out of the site prior to entering the environment, and then
That makes sense,
the
yes.
Table 3, the Louis Water and Cameron Burn. That's the environmental data, and comparing that against the EQS, which is basically the measure where you understand whether there might be an impact on the environment.
Yes.
So you would never generally compare the discharge data against the EQS because you wouldn't expect the discharge to
Right.
achieve the EQS necessarily at the point on the site where it's discharging, but you would expect it that, bearing in mind dilution and concentrations in the environment, then you would expect the discharge to achieve, like the concentration in the environment just downstream of the discharge to achieve the EQS at that point. So they're two different data sets. You wouldn't
Well, that's
necessarily.
very helpful. I kind of sensed they pretty well do different things, but I couldn't quite work out how and what way they were different.
Yeah.
Just to add that we do receive that data from FCC in terms of an annual report, but I think that's not yet due.
No, it'll be July. Yeah,
It would
so
be July that we would receive that for, since the new monitoring requirement on the Table 12 limits for the 3 parameters have come in. So we've got the discharge data that was presented in those 3 Excel sheets, but then the wider environmental data in the annual report will come into us in July. So that would allow that equivalent comparison to be made at that stage.
Two related questions. The first of which is to both of you, in connection with this, and it's really on the point about dilution. Again, thinking about the evidence in the Colmart report summary, that's Table 3, I was struck. I was struck not only at the figures, which we spoke about last time, but that when you look at the WPA exceedance levels and the WPB exceedance levels, the exceedance drops quite significantly in, what, is it 200 metres odds between the discharge or something roughly of that nature? That's quite a significant percentage drop. And I was quite interested in from both ecology perspectives, whether there's anything you can say, and if there isn't, please say, but whether there's anything you can offer about that level, about the significance or causes or factors relevant to me about that level of dilution. Because the answer to that question might also shed some light on the further question as to why, when you get down further down to C and to D and to F, which are, looking at holding the plan up here, significantly in excess of that distance there, it says that it's not surprising. If the same level of dilution applies, it's not surprising that there's been a significant more dilution by the time you get to C and D, at least from the site. Obviously other factors make a difference with it. So I've been starting with FCC to if you want to say something about the dilution factor, it caught my eye, not being an expert in this, as to why these exceedances, the dilution should be so apparently significant in that small distance.
Can I defer to Ian for the dilution factor?
I don't know what the dilution factor is, but you've got more mixing of waters.
More
More waters are arriving. Surely there's more waters in the system.
So I don't know if it's all, everything is all that, but
So
it's largely because it's a bigger amount of water.
Yeah. So
Dilution is caused by the.
point A is purely our material.
Yes,
If it's on a dry day, it is purely leachate, treated leachate. If it's on a wet day, maybe surface water too, because that's leave discharge at that point. That's A.
Yeah.
A then flows into B.
Yes.
B there you have other waters joining into the stream.
And then presumably it would be fair to say that dilution effect would multiply as you go further downstream as because of the direction of the travel of the water.
Other than there may be something else coming in which may have an impact either way on dilution, but we don't know.
And presumably when the tributaries meet, that adds an extra factor, creating additional dilution, both at the joining of unnamed tributary 1 and 2 and then the joining of the Cameron Burn.
We do have data to support, we do have data all the way along the unnamed tributary and past the confluence with the Cameron Burn, which show the slight reduction over time, over that distance. And there will be transformation of chemicals, so the chemicals will break down and transform naturally within the environment as well. But there are still exceedances, for example, of phosphorus all the way down to the Luggy water, breaches of the EQS. So there's a significant breach, 157 times the EQS at WPB, and there's still there's still exceedances of EQS all the way down to the Luggy water, despite the fact that there is transformation and additional dilution from the Cameron Burn. So we're having significant breaches here. In terms of the dilution factors, WPA is the discharge itself.
That presumably is where you'd expect the greatest impact from this particular site.
It's not an impact at that point because it's just the discharge. It's not impacting until it actually enters the environment.
No, but the degree of
the concentration is highest at that point.
Yes. That's
so the relative exceedance of the EQS in table 3 of SEPA document. I can't remember which reference this SEPA document is, but if we're talking about the same document, which is the 12-month report.
This is the Hallmark report. 2020 investigation.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps that's a different document.
Yeah, well,
SEPA 22.
SEPA 22, okay.
Sorry, it is SEPA 22. Table 3 of SEPA 22 has 3 columns, one which explains the relative exceedance at WPA, WPB and WPH. WPA, we wouldn't normally compare it against EQS, but it was just there for just to support an understanding of the concentrations that are present and allow comparison with the concentrations and the relevant relative exceedance at that downstream point WPB. So the dilution, if you want to call it that, is about 2.8 times dilution between the discharge itself at the top of the landfill and WPB, which is the first point in the water body. So it's not really a huge amount of dilution, it's only 2.8 times dilution, but it allows you to see that there is some dilution once it enters into the environment. And that, as Mr. Martin has said, is just because there's additional flow in the environment that will help to dilute that discharge.
So,
And that's quite natural.
Is it worth just adding that there is additional dilution between those points because of additional treatment because of the reed beds that go through as well?
Oh, yes, of course, yes, yeah.
and so I suppose given that in its nature is inevitably a general answer to the question, I could ask perhaps again on both sides, is it fair to say that the level of dilution that's shown in those readings that I've just read out, is it fair to say those are not surprising?
No.
To those who know this topic, this is kind of what you would expect.
So if you imagine a concentrated discharge entering a large water body, if it's a larger water body than what we have here, you would have much more significant dilution.
No, I can see that.
So, for example, the sewage treatment works, which is further downstream, is entering the Cameron Burn, which is a much bigger water body than the unnamed tributary. So this is a small amount of dilution because it's a smaller water body that would be much bigger if it was entering the Cameron Burn, for example. But it's not surprising that there is a reduction. No, absolutely not. But what we're trying to get a point, I suppose, across in that table 3 is that there are still, significant concentrations at that point, and in comparison to the control site, which is WPH.
And related to that is a question. I know we've had a discussion round the houses about the classification and about the water classification, but that there aren't classifications for all bodies of water. But the standards have to be met for all these bodies of water. I think that's the position.
Sorry, sir. I think that's SEPA's position.
Yes, let's do with Diane. I'm seeing three nods here from SEPA's position. But challenging and testing SEPA's position is that, and again, please tell me if I've not correctly understood this, is that if I'm understanding it, that EQS is dependent on the classification in the sense of being poor or good or whatever, but you don't have a classification carried out in the context of the directions. I know the directions are challenged separately, I'm not disregarding that. Then I wonder if you just explain to me again from the SEPA perspective how you reach the conclusion that EQS is not met if you don't have a formal classification because it isn't an important enough river. If you see what I mean.
It came back to what we had the lengthy discussion.
I know we did last time, so I need you just to remind me.
About this dual purpose. Of the application
I remember that bit.
So it's used for the classification, yes. Of water bodies, which is where we have the Luggy and we do that classification down there. But for all of the water environment, we look at, in terms of triggering this process within SEPA, we're looking at so the ecology evidence showed that there's this impact on the water environment. We took that then, which then resulted in chemistry coming in and doing sampling and looking at that and looking at the levels, which then look at, is it breaching that EQS and what needs to be done in terms of the permit.
What is the EQS in that sense?
So the EQS is do you want to?
Well, yeah, I can maybe explain. So the EQS is, in WFD classification, we're trying to achieve good status, right? So you have high, good.
So is it high, good, and poor?
And so there's 5. So high, good, moderate, poor, and bad. In terms of the EQS, that is equivalent to achieving good status, and that is the minimum that every water body should achieve, and the level at which basically beyond that there would start to be an impact on the environment. And the moderate, poor, and bad are just showing the extent or the scale of impact. High is something that may be achieved in some water bodies like upland waters or pristine environments where that high status is possible from the ecology or the kind of the abilities of that water body. But you shouldn't, if something has achieved high, you should not allow it to go back down to good or moderate. You shouldn't allow a deterioration.
Regression.
But the minimum standard is good, and that's where that EQS level is. So EQS is effectively helping you to understand if you've achieved good status in classification, but also is the level basically that should be achieved in any water body to make sure that the environment is protected. And the reason we use classification is just to show what the general performance of the catchment is or the water body, and how far away from good it is, and that if something is quite far away from good, how long it will take. We will work with operators to make sure they put measures in place to improve it, and how long it will take to get back to good.
Reach that.
So that's the fundamental kind of purpose of the classification framework. And EQS is a part of that framework, but it's used in different ways depending on what activity we're doing. But that
Well, I think I heard about that about different sites. Some of the groundwater is different from surface water. Things. Okay, so on that then, and one of the reasons I was asking is that when I was looking at the background, and I think it's possibly Annex 11 of the Water Framework Directive, I'm doing a bit from memory, taken with the directions, gives you a series of criteria to apply to work out the question of the EQS. But I think what I'd slightly lost in the follow through from this is from the set of criteria that are relevant. How do you square that circle then with classifications which are not done for bodies that are small enough, and how does that translate to precisely the figures in Table 13? How do you get to those figures?
I think that's maybe that was probably one of the points that we didn't actually get a chance to come back on the last time. I think you were trying to explore more fully how EQS are actually set.
Yes.
And that's where we've got the directive, you've got EQS that are set at the European level, and then you also have the UK and there's the UK tag, the technical that really looks at that, and then that then comes in through the directions in the statutory instrument into law, and that's where then we get our threshold levels. That is what we're doing. And then you're asking about how then those levels that are set in the direction,
how do the words translate to the figures effectively as well?
Table 13, and that's where the process that Olivia and Andy and Claire explained in detail about how they take then that input data and how it's then put through the model and calculated to reach the Table 13 limits. So is there a specific...
But this just touch, I think, on the point from FCC is the degree to which this is an arithmetic process which automatically leads you to that outcome, or whether, as FCC argue, there is a degree of discretion as to whether EQS are met, and in consequence what that means for the actual imposition of the standards in Table 13.
I think that's where perhaps I was trying to ask that question this morning, and that there hadn't been any sort of further agreement on the joint note, because I understand they're disputing the application of EQS at this point. But once we have that EQS and we're applying that process that we do internally and to calculate those limits, it was to really check, is there dispute effectively about that?
And certainly you've been clear, and it's disputed, that effectively, I don't think you're quite saying EQS is not met, that's the end of the story, but I took that pretty well as what you were saying last time round.
That where the EQS is not met, that triggers this process.
Triggers the process.
Looking at the permit and looking at where we need to tighten or put in limits, and that's the process that we've explained, and how we then reach what those limits should be. So you're looking at whether there's any discretion in that.
Well, I'm partly in that because that's one of the issues that's raised. I'm also just trying to fully understand the progression of how you get from the methodologies, effectively, the guidance that's contained at a European and domestic level, if the directions apply, into a scenario that allows you to then work out whether the quality of water is of a nature, good, moderate, poor, or whatever, that then leads to the imposition of precisely those figures that are being put in the table.
I don't know if, because it's about the capacity of the
Yeah.
water to effectively take this pollutant. So that's where the overall calculation is looking
Modelling
at.
comes in. Yeah, so I'm not sure I fully understand your question. so
No,
just
well, I'm not
bear
sure
with
I
me.
understand it either, which is the reason I'm asking you.
So, and obviously Claire and Andy aren't here, but if there's an EQS breach identified within the water body, that would trigger this process, which is basically taking the discharge data and understanding the concentration in the discharge, which is WPA data, and also looking at the potential flow within the catchment. So that was estimated. We didn't have measured data within the catchment. So Andy had talked about this assumption that there was about 2 litres a second of flow available within the catchment. So if you're modelling basically the discharge concentration entering a 2 litre flow per second, how far away from the EQS are you at that point, you know, in that instance, and what criteria would need to be put against, what concentration would need to be in the discharge effectively to meet the EQS. So you're basically, you have a concentrate here at the minute. What would that need to reduce to be able to achieve the EQS that based on that 2 litres a second kind of environment? And if there was an upstream input, we would take account of upstream concentrations. So we would have a measured data set upstream, we would have a measured data set downstream, and that would give you the capacity at that point of entry into the water body. So that's where with that upstream concentration would kind of come into play. We can't get an upstream concentrations in this site because of how far up the catchment it is. But effectively, what you're doing is you're trying to understand what do you need to reduce the concentration in the discharge to be able to meet the EQS, because what we have in the discharge so at the moment is so high that it's breaching the EQS, and we need to reduce it and control it to a level that will meet the EQS. And that's where the table 13 is. So that's the concentration in the discharge that will ensure the EQS is met in the environment at WPB. Does that make sense?
And a kind of related question, which I have to confess really dawned on me this morning when I was listening to the evidence as it was being described going through FCC 39 onwards, is that if part of the way in which the assessment is made relates to assessments as to whether something is very poor, poor, moderate, good, or very good, the tables that FCC provide at the various points with the markings there almost seem to me, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, almost seem to me to be providing a sort of classification for the unnamed tributaries and for the Cameron Burn. It's not an official one carried out by SEPA, but it's taking evidence, and there's some degree of evidence can be taken there. And in some cases, the water quality isn't poor. Other places, it's shown to be moderate and sometimes very good. And I'm just wondering whether, in the absence of a formal classification, what way should
Are you meaning the chart?
Well, I was actually more meaning that I wasn't, maybe, but I wasn't mainly thinking of that. I was more thinking of the tables that are repeated in FCC 2930 through to 34.
I would just say to have reservations about in terms of the overall conclusions there, just in terms of which
which index
methodology.
was used.
Yeah, as Kate had highlighted, there has to be those 3 elements of the index.
Yes.
And what that actually shows overall.
I understand that.
It still shows there is pollution at all those
Yes,
points.
no, I accept that. The reason that I was more thinking in terms not of the interpretation of the tables, but of the existence of the tables in the first place, because they help us get into the categorisations. Whether you use BMWP or WHPT, those tables do show. And it's only the FCC's evidence. I appreciate it's only on one side of things, but they show figures that at least can equate to something that superficially looks like something that's similar to the Luggy Water classification that you did.
Yeah, I suppose insofar as it's saying good, moderate, poor, bad.
To that extent,
status, but
you would still have reservations about.
I think the way it's been presented is
Yeah, it's just the present, I mean, I'm sure
the
that
underlying data, I think
It's underlying data that I'm looking at. The presentation you can disagree with, but underlying data as well.
I mean, if we can resubmit without them coloured in, then it doesn't change what the data is.
No, indeed, I don't think that's necessary. But so it was that. Those are my questions.
I think it's, as Kate said, that the underlying data still shows the same as the conclusions we've reached. We're both actually reaching the same conclusion about the.
So, okay, so can I go back then to Rachel on that explanation of that squaring of the circle between the directive and the directions if they apply, and the classification, and the issues in table 13. Does that make sense to you as a framework within which is to be applied? Or is there more information you think is needed?
But we didn't monitor the same sites, so WPC and WPD were not monitored by SEPA, whereas they were. So we were comparing
So
different data sets.
you're comparing different data sets, but my question, if I get that, my question, I guess, is that structural explanation as to how the assessment that they make to EQS, is that accepted as a structural way of getting to it? Even if you disagree with the answer because you sample different sites, does that make sense to you as an ecologist as to how they've gone about the site?
I think, sorry, sir, I think we are at cross purposes.
I think because that assessment we've explained is based on chemistry data.
yeah,
And you're asking the ecologist to.
I accept that. So
I wonder, sir, if I might try and clarify FCC's position. And indeed, you've already made reference to the directive and annex, whatever it is. I appreciate you've probably not yet had a deep dive into that directive, and it is very much a wet towel job. But you will recollect that it sets out a process for classification.
Yes, yeah.
And there are a number of parameters, if that's the right word, including chemistry, including ecology, and there are hydromorphological factors, and I can't remember all of them off the top of my head. There are a number of things, and we go through the good, etc. And as I say, so far as chemistry is concerned, there are various EQSs set out, and if you tick that box, you'll get into the good box or otherwise. The position of FCC is that because we are not dealing with a classified body of water, SEPA does not require, as a matter of law, to use the EQS to set the ELVs we see in table 13. It could do so, but it's not obliged to do so. If that submission is correct, FCC argues that other factors should be looked at, having regard to the desirability of the water environment, which is the test in the enabling statute, and indeed other factors, including, we would submit, ecology, for example, which is also relevant when one comes to look at overall classification, which we are not doing here. We're not in the field classification. And it's partly because of that we say that you don't just then lift the EQS, which is there for classification purposes, for regulatory purposes. That's putting the submission very crudely, and it will be developed.
I'd be grateful for that. That actually anticipates my next question, in fact, so I'm very grateful for that, because that was one of the questions I wanted to go on to. That is the fact that there are more than one. I've written down 3, but I think you mentioned hydro.
Whatever
it is, Fred.
I didn't look at it last night. I'm sure SEPA has it at their fingertips. But there are a number of parameters to which one looks.
So one of my questions there is if a need arises under one of those, does that give rise to a justification for imposing the ELVs, or does it need to arise under all of them effectively?
The submission I made a moment ago, sir, and will be developed in closing submission, is that SEPA could use EQS if they wish, but they're not obliged to. If they choose to do so, my submission is they have to look at other parameters, because one's looking at a broad discretionary area decision making. I understand SEPA's position, and I'll be correct if I'm wrong, they take the view that it's EQS, nothing else needs to be looked at. But I'd say you don't stop. They could choose it as a starting point perhaps even, but you don't stop there.
I will give it a quick chance to this one. That actually, that's very helpful, because that's where I was wanting to explore in thinking of what the questions actually are before me. And that's very useful explanation and an indication, I think, consistent with what you said before, as to where you intend to go into the proper analysis of those.
Indeed. And as you, sir, may recall, in the ISA correspondence, FCC were inviting SEPA to take account of other factors.
Anything more than that? Or?
I don't need to add to, this was what we discussed at length.
It was,
in
I know.
January, and
I know that.
I did offer to give written submission.
I think we are dealing with
now
it.
and then, so it's this dual purpose again, and it's set out. We've got it in our policy statement to SEPA from the Scottish Ministers about how we apply EQS. So yes, it's not just the classification purpose.
Well, indeed, I certainly accept Rachel, an ecology witness, and not beyond that. And the separation of these things out is not necessarily straightforward. But that's helpful. That's another body of questions I was wanted to work through, which actually covers effectively item 5, and a touch on item 8 of the agenda, which is.
Is it possible? Is it possible for me just to add a point of clarification with regards to some conversations that we had just now and also earlier with regards to table 3 in the Colmark report?
Oh yes, yes, absolutely.
So, well, just in terms of the general application of the assessment, SEPA in 2020 called into question the use of some of the EQSs that are detailed within the Colmark report. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that again. So some of the EQSs that are listed within table 3 and elsewhere in the Colmark report are not basically what SEPA think are the appropriate EQSs to actually undertake the assessment. So the EQSs that we have applied are listed in both our reports, SEPA 22, and
I need to go back and look at 22.
yeah. So just for example, the EQS that is applied in the Colmark report is 0.5 for ammoniacal nitrogen, but for SEPA it's 0.3. And the reason for that difference is the 0.5 standard EQS that the Colmark report have used is for an intermittent discharge. I raised this in January, and this isn't an intermittent discharge. So the 0.3 is the more appropriate standard to use. All of the EQSs that are applied are different to the EQSs that we have applied, and all of our all bar one of ours are lower than what has been applied in the Colmark report. So I just want to be, I suppose, suggest that you read the conclusions of that report with caution as a result of the inappropriate EQSs being used, and our documents lay out the EQSs that we've applied in our document, SEPA 22, for example. So just to clarify that. So there will be a difference. In addition, table 3 doesn't include a comparison of the EQS with the unnamed tributary, only the Lugie Water and the Cameron Burn, which are obviously at some distance away. Yeah, so I just wanted to draw that conclusion. There are summary of the information within the unnamed tributary, which do acknowledge that there are breaches of EQS in the unnamed tributary, just in other tables within the document, but I just wanted to draw your attention to that because you had mentioned table 3 earlier.
I have indeed, yes. Okay. Right, thank you. My list of Commissioner's outstanding questions. I'm not sure how much more I was going to ask proactively in terms of the witnesses here today, but I don't know if they want to say anything further that we've not covered already.
I think, sir, we flagged up at the start that in relation to timescales, if, for example, the appeal is refused for compliance, and whether it be open to the variation to that extent, and Mr. Martin may be able to provide you with some information about practicalities.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, so I was going to come to that. If we finished all, if we finished all the other stuff, then I think that takes us to that. And I think the main thing was spoken about was planning permission. But yeah, an update on that and where that would leave you.
So in terms of the process plant and the mechanical installation, we've updated our codes. They're talking between 6 and 9 months to provide the kit. We have to do the concrete, so you'd say between maybe a year to do that bit. But we can't start that until we have the planning permission sorted and the permit varied, of which we now control. I'm sure on the permit variation we can do something locally to make that happen quickly. The planning bit is, I don't know.
Out with your control.
Control. So if you're asking me, I would say if I was given 2 years initially, I'd like 2 years again, please. And then I'm comfortable. Anything less than that means I'm being uncomfortable, but it is what it is.
Could I just clarify, what are you needing the permit varied for to start that?
Because we haven't got reverse osmosis for leachate treatment, we've got partial treatment for leachate.
But that wouldn't be put in the permit. We wouldn't do a permit variation for that.
We'd be happy not to. Okay. Elsewhere.
The standards are in the table 13, and we don't, as we've said before, we don't specify the treatment that's required for that in the permit, like with the equivalent for your IBA process. It doesn't specify anywhere that you have to have your reverse osmosis.
We have to apply to include, okay.
It's not specified in the permit, so.
So only, that's nice, that saves some money.
So that gives you did you describe that 6 to 9 months to get the kit? Assuming that's not the same thing, and planning permission prior to that, however long that takes.
Planning permission first before we order the kit.
Well, yeah, makes sense.
Objects, we've got a problem.
What, so just to clarify, what's the planning permission for the?
We're adding in your area.
So you need to secure planning permission when you're putting a new built development, and we can't just run an RO plant under permitted development. It would be its own permission to run a plant.
So the RO plan for the IBA, we have to apply for planning permission for.
And yeah, so we varied the permit to add in the treatment activity to the permit, hence why we did the variation prior. So if we don't need to add or vary the permit this time to add treatment activity, that makes it a lot simpler in terms of the permit variation. But we just did it, we had to do it previously.
Yeah, as I said, it's not in for the RO for the IBA process. So yeah, we wouldn't specify it in the permit. So, but if you need planning permission, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate as to what might happen if planning were refused. I think that sounds that's if you excuse the word, downstream.
We would not expect a refusal given what we're doing, where we're doing. And in fact, we've got...
I'm not going to make any comment, but I mean, there would seem to be some strong arguments you'd have thought in some of that. I think maybe...
SEPA would be most likely a consultee as part of the planning application process, so...
so as long as they don't object.
Yeah.
Well, we expect support from
So Northern Lanarkshire would consult, ask SEPA for, the consultee comments, the application, and then SEPA will have the opportunity, to raise any concerns or raise any questions they have.
Right, okay, that's good, thank you. And my only other two questions, which I wanted very much to leave to the end of today, is we have been speaking about the possibility of some present in this room coming along and joining me again with a further site visit on the 17th or 18th of March. I think as the favourite days. I could just about give the 19th or a slight push, but I'm on a plane later that day to Amsterdam, so I don't want to be taking risks of missing that. So again, the question is there wasn't necessarily an agreement whether a site visit was particularly necessary. I'm always open-minded about these things, but I don't know. I think the suggestion was more, I think, from the appellant's point of view, partly to, if it does so, to partly to kind of get a better understanding of seasonality, since I made an autumn visit before and this would be a spring visit, but also to look at the other sampling points. Some of the sampling points, of course, I've seen, but I'm a lot more informed now than I was before as to the issues before me. So I'm very happy to do another site visit guided by Ian.
It was those latter 2 points that the appellants thought might be useful. Clearly, it's a matter for you.
I'm very happy to do so, and as the dates I had in mind were the 17th or 18th of March, I think I met at a 10:30 start before, which then gave me time. That may not be quite so convenient. Possibly 11. But I have no other commitments those days, so I can meet later still, if that were that were to be desired.
Like we've said before, we felt you've been to them all, but if that's what you feel, if you feel it would be useful to go back, certainly we would have someone present
11 a.m.
to
be okay.
accompany.
11 a.m. starting, that'll be all right. Let's see the 17th. I'll need to book a car for that, so that's 11 a.m. The second issue, which actually to a degree is kind of connected with that in a sense, is the written proposal submissions. I'm conscious there is an awful lot which parties have indicated that they want to contain in those submissions. I'm not going to invite a question as to whether you've been able to embark upon starting those things as yet. That's up to you. The question is how long would be a reasonable period, given other commitments that legal representatives are going to have in other regards, as to how long you think you might need. But I was initially thinking about 3 weeks, but if it's felt that because of the complexity of the issues a little bit more time is needed, I'm certainly happy enough to.
I would be happy with 3 weeks, certainly. I suppose I take it PERDA doesn't impact your decision making.
Good question. You may do, I suppose.
27th.
Just in terms of if you wanted to reach a decision.
Well, I mean, I'm here to take advice on that. I wouldn't have thought so, but it may do. We certainly can't beat PERDA if we're going to be talking of around 3 weeks, because it'll be in about 3 weeks from now. So that's not going to be possible.
So if I could,
If we don't do it, then certainly it would have to be the 7th of May would be the earliest day I could make a decision.
so if I could ask for 4 weeks for submissions, it would suit my commitments better. It's purely personal business
No, that's
perspective.
that's absolutely fine. That take what to the
Be the 1st or 2nd of April, something like that.
something of that nature. I think the 1st is the Wednesday, I think, isn't it?
It's, yeah, Wednesday the 1st.
Wednesday the 1st.
What's required, yeah.
No, that'd be absolutely fine.
Thank you.
To do that. I suspect if I'm getting submissions on the 1st of April, it's going to take me quite a long time to work through this. So PERDA, I think PERDA may be perhaps the least of my worries in the circumstances. But it's the 11th and the 17th of March for the next site visit. I don't know if Ian, you need a note in advance of who's going to be attending, perhaps.
Useful, and it'll probably be the site people again, but I will see if I can come up as well.
We'll circulate an email in the same way as we did previously, just to get names and
News and there'll be the
details of
usual
where to meet,
safety.
etc. Yeah.
Safety regions. Okay, well, unless there's anything else, I'll maybe draw this section to an end. Thank you again for all your contributions. And some of us will meet again in the 17th of March. Thank you.
Thank you.